never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Alrighty then, I believe that is my cue. Welcome in, welcome aboard as we are rolling into a Friday. That's what we're looking at. Time zone to time zone, we'll make our way into the 23rd day of April. And away we go. Great to have you with us as the crew jumps on board one by one. All right, boy, we got a lot of things to update you on tonight. A lot of interesting things to cover here. So hope you're ready for an action-packed show. And as always, we'll be looking for your participation as well. Whether you want to send us a comment via Facebook, YouTube, send us a text message via the toll-free number, 844-844-3388. And a big weekend in the straight line racing community. A lot of hot shot secret action going to be on the track. Several different locations. Some of that getting underway today and Saturday, a big day, obviously. We'll break down some of those events for you coming up here. Let's take a look at our travelers' weather as we get things underway on a Friday morning. Well, the weather changes have been kind of crazy this week. Makes your head kind of spin. You're dizzy from weather whiplash in the Midwest and the Northeast. Well, get ready for more dramatic changes. Another major pattern change is on the horizon. Now, by the end of next week, people who live in those regions may feel like you've endured all 4 seasons in like 1 week's time. We had our Arctic blast. We had some snow that made a visit to many areas earlier this week. A dramatic turnaround could make it feel more like summer by the middle of next week. As conditions gradually start to warm up ahead of this weekend across the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, many locations you'll be thawing out after you saw several inches of snow, late season snow. We actually had some record snowfalls reported. Wednesday afternoon, highest totals were actually in northern Ohio. We had snow reports coming in as far south as Kentucky, of course, set a record here in southwest Ohio. Winter's going to get the boot in the Northeast. Temperatures gradually rising as we roll on into a Friday. We could see a little wet weather accompanying the milder air by the weekend, though. It looks like soaking rain is set to sweep from places like Ohio, West Virginia, and Maryland, all the way up into northern New England, Saturday night into Sunday night. Yeah, the dreary conditions won't last too long in the Northeast, as an area of high pressures is going to usher in dry conditions to start the new week next week. Just like the cold snaps of winter, the early spring reprise of winter snow and cold retreats quickly to the north after this weekend. Hopefully that'll put an end to the early season freeze and frost concern for gardeners and outdoor enthusiasts. Temperatures expected to kind of rebound in the Northeast by next week. It's going to feel more like probably mid-May versus early March for most, leaving many warm weather lovers jumping for joy. Of course, the seeds of that warm air planted over the parts of the southern plains in the Midwest by the second half of this weekend, where high temperatures in portions of Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri are going to be in the mid to upper 70s, a good 5 to 10 degrees of record levels come Monday. What a contrast, what a difference several days could make, where the high temperatures were in the upper 50s in places like Omaha, Des Moines, and Wichita, Madison, Wisconsin, Thursday, and even today, it's going to be chilly there. After highs for several days next week, climbing 50 degrees higher than some of the lowest levels we felt Thursday and Friday mornings this week. So here's what it looks like. By Monday, a large swath of the country from the Midwest to the central and southern Appalachians will feel like we've flipped over into mid-May. The driving force is going to be a pronounced northward bulge in the jet stream. As the jet stream continues to lift northward across the eastern half of the country at the start of the week, that allows that warm air from the south to make its way further and further north, spreading across much of the central and eastern USA. Some areas that experience record-challenging warmth to start the week will likely remain warm through at least Tuesday. The core of the greatest warmth shifts over the northeast by that point in time. Now, an abrupt warm-up could lead to, they keep using that term, weather whiplash. People across portions of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, because we're still talking freeze warnings, temperatures ranging from the mid-20s to the lower 40s this past morning. Again, we've got, let me flip the page over here, another night of frost advisories and freeze warnings extending all the way down into the southern portions of western North Carolina. Frost advisories over about the northern half of South Carolina, northeastern Georgia, about the eastern half of Tennessee, eastern Kentucky, on up through eastern Indiana. Those are all frost advisories. You get the freeze warnings for much of the southern two-thirds of Ohio, much of West Virginia, on up into south central PA, on up toward New York City and Boston once again. So at least for your Friday, another chilly start in the offing here. But rather than, by the time we look to next week, this is how pronounced the turnarounds are going to be. Temperatures are set to soar to the upper 70s and lower 80s as far north as Detroit, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, New York, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. By Tuesday and into the middle of next week, you can all experience a jump to warmer conditions about 25 to 35 degrees warmer for your afternoon highs versus what we've been contending with this week. Now, temperatures likely to come up short of record levels in most areas, but conditions are still going to be a good 10 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. Normally in April, highs reach the upper 50s up into northern New England, lower 60s in and around the upper Great Lakes, upper 60s in the Ohio Valley. So it's going to feel much warmer. That warmth's going to linger until the next storm takes shape over the center of the country sometime midweek next week, and it's going to move east by late next week, with the warm weather expected across the central and eastern states this coming week. Many of you may be tempted to get out there and start planting your warm season flowers and vegetables. Forecasters with AccuWeather are still advising caution that we still could face the risk of some brief chilly spells that may follow this warm up in the Midwest and the Northeast. And we could see some of those shots probably into mid-May is what they're telling us right now. So be cautious. Now, coming up in a bit, we'll get to with that big warm up that we're talking about, especially toward the middle of next week. There's going to come a trade-off, and that is going to be they're monitoring the potential for a pretty pronounced severe weather outbreak across the southern portions of the country Tuesday and Wednesday. Looking way ahead, getting an early advanced warning. And already the forecasters are talking about maybe some profound impacts. They're looking back at the setups in previous years where we've seen large tornado outbreaks. And based on the models, that sort of scenario may come together next week. So hang on, we'll give you more, the full breakdown on that. And the way the forecasters are talking about it just really kind of, in my mind, raises some red flags. It may get really ugly next week. But we can start in parts of the South here on Friday. We're going to see an increase in humidity levels in the southern plains, and we could see the risk of some thunderstorms popping as well. We talked about this last evening. The collision could have some explosive results over portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Storms are going to develop near or just to the west of I-35 this afternoon. That'll place Oklahoma City, Dallas, in the risk areas. All manners of severe weather may come into play later today. Some of the initial storms would have the potential, these would be like supercells. They could rotate. There's going to be the risk for isolated tornadoes later this afternoon. Eventually, it's going to become a strong squall line, which could bring strong straight line winds. All this is going to progress eastward as we look forward, say 24 hours from now, Friday night, targeting areas stretching from Houston to Jackson, Mississippi. The rain's going to come down at times very heavily, where they are actually saying some storm totals with this could approach 8 inches between Friday into Saturday. So travel's going to definitely be slowed down, difficult. Portions of I-10, 20, I-35. All that activity continues to move eastward Saturday. The aerial coverage won't be as broad as it is later this afternoon. Looks like the action will be confined closer to the Gulf Coast states, from eastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, southern Georgia over into the Florida Panhandle, maybe reaching the Carolinas, with some torrential downpours and gusty winds as we look to the start of your weekend. All right? Now, that cold front moves offshore by Sunday. We may see a few thunderstorms lingering over central and southern portions of Florida. But that's where they highlight right there. Meteorologists are watching for another round of severe weather next week, as a potent storm is going to take shape over northern Texas and make its way to the east. Torrential downpours and highlighting the risk of tornadoes. If you live in Tornado Alley, they're right now saying, make your preparations. You've had a break, By that point, it will have been nearly 2 weeks since we've had any severe weather outbreaks through the southernmost reaches of the country. We're going to have more on that coming up here. All right, we already touched on our freeze warnings and frost advisories for much of the eastern USA as we make our way here into a Friday. We do have some showers and a few embedded thunderstorms in the mix. At this hour, you've got some light rain in central and southern portions of Missouri. You get back into west central Missouri and east central Kansas. South of Topeka, east of Wichita. There are some thunderstorms embedded in the mix there. You'll find some spotty showers up through the easternmost reaches of Nebraska, northwest Iowa, on up into eastern portions of South Dakota. The good news is it's all liquid precipitation versus all that snow that we saw earlier this week. Still have some cold air in place out in Montana. You may encounter a few snow showers here and there in that region of the country. Matter of fact, we do have some winter weather advisories in south central Montana, several counties, the higher elevations in northwestern portions of Montana as well. The dry, windy conditions in the deep south. Red flag warnings for southeastern New Mexico and the westernmost reaches of Texas. On over to some of our industry headlines this morning. Starting off with an accident, a deadly accident. According to the California Highway Patrol, a fatal chain reaction crash early Wednesday this was, that was sparked by a trucker trying to do a good deed. It all started about 1 o'clock in the morning, northbound I-5, south of Wesley, California. Semi-truck driver noticed a red sedan swerving across both lanes of the interstate. The trucker felt the motorist's behavior was so extreme that he felt obligated to stop the vehicle. The big rig had actually boxed the DUI driver in. He used his trailer in a manner to stop the DUI driver from proceeding, according to the Highway Patrol. 2 other trucks came to a complete stop behind the suspected DUI driver. Essentially, he was boxed in. Here comes the 4th semi, driven by a 41-year-old California resident, Apilio Ramirez Tovar. Apparently did not see the traffic stopped. Rear-ending the truck in front of him, pushing that truck into another truck. His cab was completely ripped off the trailer, so he was going full freeway speed at the time of impact, or pretty close to it. Highway Patrol said he was ejected onto the shoulder of the roadway, dead at the scene. The Highway Patrol did arrest a 40-year-old motorist in the automobile, indeed, on the DUI charges. Highway Patrol said there's no indication the truck driver had dialed 911 prior to boxing in the motorist. They say his intentions were good, but we'd rather somebody call 911. That'd be the safest option for all of us. Not clear if the truck driver who boxed in the motorist is going to face charges here. They tell us the investigation is ongoing. So trying to do a good deed, but another scenario. The 41-year-old truck driver did not see the stopped traffic before him. On over to a couple of other tidbits before we'll get to your calls here on a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. Customs and Border agents in Texas uncovering a massive amount of methamphetamine in a commercial produce shipment. April the 17th at the Far Reynosa International Bridge facility in Far, Texas. Referred a truck hauling a commercial shipment of fresh cucumber pickles for a secondary inspection. Through the use of imaging technology, officers uncovered 114 packages of suspected methamphetamine weighing 217 pounds concealed within the trailer. Estimated value, $4,343,000 worth of drugs. They seized the truck, the trailer, the drugs. This substantial quantity of hard narcotics will not make its final destination in the United States, according to the port director there. This reinforces our officers' role in advancing our border security mission, preventing dangerous drugs from entering, and obviously negatively impacting our communities around the country. And one more, a truck driver injured by a motorist who claims it was the sun glare, blinded by the light kind of thing, this past morning up in Mansfield, Massachusetts. According to the Sun Chronicle, the truck driver was actually trying to adjust the tarp on his trailer while he was parked and waiting to enter a nearby trucking terminal. When he was hit by a woman's car, the driver did sustain an injured leg and other unspecified injuries, taken to a nearby hospital. The female was not hurt, but said the sun was in her eyes. As she drove around the bend in the road there, she couldn't see the truck driver. That incident still under investigation. All right, lots of other industry issues we'll get to coming up here. Other items in the news, we talked several things. Like I said, we got a lot of things that we can update you on this morning. Let's start in Arizona, where this, I don't know if you'd call it a recount, kind of an looking into the presidential election numbers. Was there any improprieties in the voting? Republicans have been held up literally for a month and a half, nearly 2 months, trying to get this. It's an audit, as they're referring to it, an audit of the election. Well, what's wrong with taking an honest look at what's going on and what had transpired? There's a lot of people, and many Arizonans, like so many others around the country, who feel there were numerous states where odd things were going on, a.k.a. election fraud. And if you ask me, in my mind, if you've got individuals that are doing, they're damnedest to prevent any sort of an audit or a recount or an investigation into some of the voting machines. Sounds like you must have something to hide. If everything was on the up and up, why would you go to these efforts to stop the audit? Well, the Arizona Democrat Party and the sole Democrat on the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors have taken it to the next level, filing a lawsuit this past day looking to block the Arizona Senate ballot recount and audit from the 2020 election. What do you have to hide, is my question. This last-ditch lawsuit alleges that the Republican Senate President, Karen Fann, and other Republican senators promised a judge they would protect the secrecy of the ballots and voter privacy before he ruled the Senate could have access to 2.1 million voted ballots and the tabulation machines that were used to count them. So right now it looks like there will be a court hearing will be taking place later this morning there. The lawsuit is alleging that the Republicans, Fann and the Senator Warren Peterson's assurances are just an illusion because they've outsourced the recount that's set to begin today to what they call an inexperienced third party with clear bias. So, filed by the state party and the county supervisor looking for a temporary restraining order and a preliminary injunction to block the audit and block the recount. They say there's a lack of transparency and a lack of safeguards that will cause, quote, irreparable harm to the integrity of Arizona's election system and the privacy and confidentiality that Arizona law promises the voters who cast a ballot. The sole reason for this lawsuit and injunctions is to protect, they say, the sanctity of the ballots and, more importantly, to preserve the voters' privacy from a sham audit. Okay. FAN issued a brief statement that said, these ballots are protected by bonded, certified 24-hour security forces. They will be under a physical, watchful eye 24/7. They will be kept in locked cages. Plus, they will have a live stream video where I guess you can monitor what's going on with those locked cages 24 hours a day. I don't know what more the Democrats would want them to do. Physical, bonded, 24/7 security, watching to maintain the integrity of those ballots. We'll see what the judge has to say later on this morning. And an update, have you noticed? I think someone had emailed me last evening, what the hell's going on with Russia? Things have been rather eerily quiet after the prior week, all week long, the buildup of forces along the Ukrainian border. More and more sentiment that Russia's about to invade Ukraine with the mass buildup. Yes, it has been eerily quiet, hasn't it? I guess we could say it's a bit of good news. Russia announcing Thursday they've ordered troops back to base from the area near the border with Ukraine, apparently calling an end to the buildup of tens of thousands of soldiers that had so many countries alarmed. The currencies of both Russian and Ukraine rose sharply after the announcement. Some relief among investors just hours after Russia had ended their war games in Crimea, which they, of course, annexed back in 2014 from the Ukraine. A confirmed pull-out of the troops brought in on top of the permanent contingent will likely, obviously, be welcomed by Western countries. That, again, we've all been concerned, alarmed about the prospect of Russian intervention in eastern Ukraine. Ukraine's president said Russia had more than 40,000 troops deployed on the eastern border, another 40,000 in Crimea. About 50,000 of them were all new deployments. Moscow hasn't given any actual troop numbers. The president of Ukraine did send out a tweet saying, we welcome any steps to decrease the military presence and de-escalate the situation in eastern Ukraine. And thanks to our international partners for their support, because you had the U.S. and Germany and the UK and all trying to put pressure on Vladimir Putin to stop the buildup, back these forces up. Yeah, we'll see. Russia likes to play games. We know that. Do you move them back today and move them back forward tomorrow? Who knows what the intentions are, but at least for the moment, a bit of a sigh of relief from that portion of the world. All right. So we got a Friday here. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. Let me flip over, see who's checking in out of the box this morning. Jacob checking in. What's up with the overnight drive? Well, we're here. Morning. Hope everybody has a great Friday and a great weekend from Hank. Thank you, Hank. Matthew's out there checking in. Everybody's favorite day of the week, he says. TGIF. Yes. Let's see. Horse feathers. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Well, that would be Friday. Maybe he's a tad confused. Let me see here. Morning, Your Honor, from Vandalia, headed north. A little warmer tonight from Monty Python. Happy Friday, everybody, from Gary. Let's see. Bobby says, how did I end up on the Ohio Turnpike? This ain't out west. And Dave says, good morning, Steve Areno. Christiana, Tennessee, to Pendergrass, Georgia, where it's clear and chilly this morning. Thanks for those checking in. Somebody in the mix there said something about, how long does this intro last? What the? I think, I'm not sure if it's like on the Android app or the iPhone app. Yeah, once we click on to go live, which I do, I think about 5 minutes before the hour. Fine, sometimes 5, 6, or 7. I think that little intro thing, that little music there, I think that plays in the background. And until we actually start the video intro, which is like 2.5 minutes long, and then I go back to the little bumper for about 20 seconds. But my brother-in-law said that, yeah, I guess he's noticed that. He said, it seems like that intro runs for like 10 minutes before you ever come on. My clock is, we're set to go. I start the intro about 57:30, 2.5 minutes before the top of the hour. And I'm on physically, turn on the microphone about 30 seconds after the hour. We cross over the midnight hour. So, yeah, for whatever reason, you're not the only one that's asked that question. So hopefully that answers your question. All right, we will get to your calls coming up here. You want to jump on in? We'll get to Mike. What day is it? And room for you at 844-844-3388. Rather than going on over to get the calls, I figure we only have a minute before we hit the news break here. So a couple of more. Who's checking in here? Fuzzy. Good morning, Steve. Engines back together. I'm headed north. Turn around to home for the weekend before we get some rain on Saturday. Hope you have a great weekend. Thank you much. Captain Ron checks in from the Valdosta, Georgia area again tonight, where it's 52 degrees. Buckeye Boy also checking in from Georgia, where it was actually chilly this past morning, warmed up to a tolerable 60-plus degrees this past day. All right, yes, so the turnaround is beginning, right? Ray says, good morning, folks. Keep them between the ditches. It's Friday. Yeah, I got an email from Big Moose right at the end of the show this past morning. We didn't hear from him last night. He said he got a late start there for his Thursday morning, so said he'll check in tonight at some point in time. All right, there you go. It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming your way live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The funeral for Daunte Wright was held in Minneapolis. He's the black man that was shot and killed by a police officer last week. His mother is Katie Wright.
I never imagined that I'd be standing here. The roles should completely be reversed. My son should be burying me.
The police officer, Kim Potter, is now charged with manslaughter. Benjamin Crump, the family attorney, says the officer should face more serious charges.
If she saw your child, Katie, like she saw her child, then I do not think she would have even reached for a taser, much less a gun.
The police chief in Minneapolis says Potter, who has since resigned, claims she meant to pull her taser instead of her gun. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, we are running a car drive right now to help veterans all across America. So if you have an old car, truck, or van, even a motorcycle or an RV sitting around, you can right now give it away and help the vets. They really need your help. And your car will help support the vets and their families. And guess what? You even get a tax donation. Plus, we'll even come and pick up your car for free. And all you've got to do is pick up your phone right now and make a free call. Now is the perfect time to do something good for the vets. Give back to the vets right now for all they've done for this country. And your old car can really help them. So call the Veterans Car Donation Program right now for free pickup of your vehicle. Help the vets and help your taxes at the same time. Call right now.
800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. 800-882-2093. That's 800-882-2093.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, welcome back here on a Friday. Good to have you with us. Thanks for hanging out with us here at the Overnight Drive. While the rest of the world sleeps, we got a job to do. We got freight to move, things to do. Let me see here. Rob says, hello from Centerville, Ohio. Good to have you with us. Roy checks in and he says, hey, Steve, did you see Dogecoin this past day? It dropped to 16 cents. It did then recover to 21 cents. All right, we got to get the update from the inbred redneck. Did you dump your Dogecoin? I think you told us the other night he got in at like 22 cents, and he was loving the fact that it was up, where is it, 40 whatever cents it got up to. John, howdy from Marshall, Texas. They're telling us it's going to be a stormy afternoon into the night. On my way from Houston to Dallas, Fort Worth, Friday evening. Yeah, that's right in the zone we were talking about later today. Be careful out there. Big Ed. Damn, I'm trying to sleep here. Not so loud. Give us a ring, Big Ed. What's been going on? All right. Hello to Captain Cliff once again. Thanks for getting a hold of Dusty Chrome and having him check in with us this past evening. Another one of our old friends, back on board with us. There you go. And it's 844-844-3388. What's going on? This is a test. This is not the National Broadcast Association. This is a test. If it had been an actual emergency, you would have been notified by U.S. mail.
There you go. Morning, Your Honor.
You said all that. You said all that to the call screener.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It actually came out perfect.
It did come in. It got you this time, yes.
So anyways, I got my phone upgraded, and I'm not sure that I'm happy with it. It went from a 10 to a 12 for the iPhones, and I'm having connection issues. I don't know if it's the phone or the radio in the truck or what, but it keeps toggling my Pluto dual headset back to the radio and disconnects the headset and then reconnects the headset and off and on. And the only way I could get it to stop doing it was to make the phone forget the radio completely and then have to repair the radio when I wanted to listen to everything again on the radio. And it's kind of been just, I don't know, what do you call that? Frustrating.
Frustrating, yeah, no doubt.
So, and then you try to do it while you're driving down the road, and I don't know, is that called distracted?
Yeah.
Unreal. All these new things are supposed to make life better, and all it seems to do is make life worse. So anyways, and then the other thing I'm playing with is I'm still playing with the microphone to try to make it have a good, strong signal the whole time I'm talking to you. Because I have noticed a couple times there was a lot of fading in and out.
Yep.
So I don't know what the issue is with that either. So anyways, right now I actually have everything hooked up, and I actually have my old headset hooked up, and everything seems to be connected and working. But it did toggle a few times, and now it's quit doing it. So I don't know. All well above my pay grade.
Yeah, no doubt.
So anyways,
I mean, what's you bump up from? You said you bumped up from the iPhone 10 to the 12. What sort of added features on the 12? Is it worth the upgrade or?
To me, probably not. As I say, I had it done for me. I got told, "Here's your new phone." I'm like, okay, it wasn't anything really wrong with the old phone, but I guess the camera feature, the camera is supposed to be astronomical if you're actually using it to take pictures or video.
Okay.
And I guess there's probably a couple other things. And of course, the other phone already had a couple years of service on it, and batteries only last so long, and they die, and then you have to buy a new phone. And if you don't do it while the deals are going on, then, you're talking $1,000 for a phone. So, not like the old flip phone days when, hey, you could get one for $59.
Yep.
So anyways, as I say, I got presented with a new phone, and there is still the option. The other one hasn't gone away yet, so there is still the option to send this one back. It's within its 14-day window to return it with no questions asked, I guess. So we'll see what happens the next day or two, see if we keep it or not. But anyways, to get on to world news, so the Russians have kind of slowed down there around the Ukraine a little bit.
So they're saying.
And,
that's what they're saying.
Yeah, you were talking, we had a couple of warships supposed to be going into the Black Sea there and had to ask Turkey for permission to go through. What's the name of that channel there that they go through to get into the Black Sea? I forgot.
Oh, yeah. Seeing as you ask me, yeah, I can't remember either.
Because the Bering Strait is up in Alaska, right?
I believe so.
Isn't that up near? So anyways, up there, the fishing vessels are now getting dive bombed by big Russian military aircraft. The one captain they were talking to says if he threw a rock at one, he could have hit it. Was how close they were flying over top of the Alaska fishing ships. So I guess the Navy up in, Kodiak, Alaska there, that they're based at, I guess they're really kind of on nerve up there in the U.S. Coast Guard with all the Russian movement and aircraft and kind of creating a little bit of havoc up there. So I guess they're working on all fronts. But did those two ships, the naval ships, ever get into the Black Sea, or did they turn them around and not let them go?
My understanding was Biden turned them around. Now they didn't, Russia sent a stern warning for your own good. Don't put them in here, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, my understanding was that they did not enter there.
Okay. Oh, There's something else for you. I don't know. As I say, I've been dealing with this phone here, and it's been weighing on trying to a lot of concentration to figure out what I'm doing to try to make it work there. So didn't have a lot of other things written down. I did see they're calling for a high temperature for us in Baltimore next Wednesday of somewhere around, I think they said 84 degrees. So with that coming with the temperatures we have now, to go to that high a temperature, I would definitely be on guard for anybody in the south there for extreme weather, because to have that type of change, I mean, I could see a tornado situation coming up and a bunch of thunderstorms coming with it to have that drastic of a change, you know. So, but so I guess we'll have to bring out Propane One Extreme Weather Watcher and get it all buffed up with the Steve Sommers overnight drive on the side of it there from the previous channel, because we haven't dusted that off here lately.
Yeah.
But anyways, not a whole lot going on. I did see that they did have on the national news your officer involved shooting of the 13-year-old girl with a knife in Columbus. I see that's now the major headlines on the national news. So I don't know. Are they gonna get the rope out and the horse and go find a tall tree for that officer as well?
That officer did the right thing. With the video that was released, I think another video, which I don't believe they've made public yet, one of the neighbors, right next to where this was all unfolding, had a ring camera or whatever right there on their garage that captured everything, and captured even more than the officer's body cam was able to capture. They interviewed that neighbor, and that neighbor said, this fight had been going on for a while. And I think Steve brought it up last evening, and I've got the story over here somewhere where I believe it was NBC News tries to edit the actual footage. They cut it off. They didn't show the part where the girl was about to plunge a knife into the other girl. They did not play the 911 call, which... that was a crucial piece of evidence there. They were requesting help because somebody was threatening to stab somebody.
And that's actually the network I watched it on, and it's exactly the way you said it. The only time you saw the knife was
when she was on the ground and the knife was laying there, and the knife was laying next to her, right?
Well, it was kind of when the officer got out of the car, you could see the person with a knife in their hand, but it wasn't in any, position to be used to hurt anybody. It was down by her leg. Her hand and arm were down by her leg, and the knife was in her hand. But you never saw it. You never saw it again until, as you said, it was on the ground. So NBC is definitely, editing their clips and only showing you what they want you to see as their narrative. So. Which we know all the network newses do, and it's got to fit into their narrative. Otherwise, it doesn't get played. Like the deal you had in Cincinnati. Not one word about what you had there in Cincinnati. I don't know why. Oh, wait a minute. I just said it, didn't I? It didn't fit their narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Unreal. So, yeah. So do you think if they wanted to have these votes counted down there in Arizona, do you think the Democrats would allow maybe, I don't know, the Chinese to do it? Do you think they let the Chinese do it for them? Be no problem? Maybe we send them North Korea. You think Kim Jong-un would count them for us?
Oh, sure, yeah. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but if everything was certified, verified on the up and up, why does anyone have any opposition into looking into it?
There shouldn't be.
Correct.
There shouldn't be. But it's the same reason that when the vote counting was going on, they were keeping the Republicans on the other side of a glass wall and saying, well, you got to stand on your tippy toes to try to look through a window to see what's going on in there. Why did that happen? Yeah. Didn't have the doors open for that, did they?
Right.
But anyway, so Well, I guess with all that happy news there, maybe we'll let you go and see if we can find some intelligent callers other than that. See how Chevy guy's doing this morning. See if he took a couple blood pressure pills. Did you send him a couple? I think he could have used a couple of your blood pressure pills there.
He could have used something, that or a couple of skull busters. I don't know what he needed, but yeah, he calmed down. Yeah, here's the scoop. NBC Nightly News deceptively edited the footage of the officer-involved shooting in Columbus, omitting key facts, including the 911 call of an attempted stabbing and the knife in Bryant's hand, the girl that was shot. Columbus police responding to calls of an attempted stabbing at about 4:35 in the afternoon that day. Of course, on arrival, 15-year-old Micaiah Bryant wielding the knife while running at the victim, attempting to kill her. Bryant was moments away from stabbing the individual when the officer fired 4 shots that fatally struck Micaiah, essentially saving the life, as we know, of the victim. They released the body cam within a matter of hours. And they also showcased the 911 call, where the caller stated, "A girl was trying to stab us." NBC Nightly News omitted the important 911 call on air that failed to show that Bryant was trying to kill the caller. In the body cam footage, you can see her wielding the knife, running at the victim just moments from potentially taking her life. They omitted the attack on air. All they showed was the footage of the police officer fatally shooting Bryant. They then later panned to Bryant's knife, which was laying on the ground after she was shot. This is nothing but an attempt to paint a more deceptive narrative to spark more outrage in the community. I believe that with my whole heart. All right, not normally the time of day. What's going on, Larry?
Good morning. This is my training and safety talk with some of our crews that start at 1 o'clock in the morning. So every other Friday is early day for me.
Okay.
Steve, I heard you talking about those motor vehicle crashes with commercial motor vehicles, and one of them in particular brought a situation to mind that happens way too often that I see on the roadway. Commercial motor vehicles stop along the roadway for whatever reason. Now, this is not going to be totally relevant to what happened in California, but it just brought this up in my head. Stopped along the roadway and failed to deploy their safety triangles. Now, I can tell you my old company was sued in a situation like that in north central Ohio. The guy was on a 2-lane rural roadway. It was slick. It was in the wintertime. And as he's making a right-hand curve, he notices off to the left in a field a motor vehicle with occupants in it that obviously ran off the road. So he immediately stops his truck just barely off the side of the road, puts his brake on, runs over to render first aid to the folks in the vehicle. Within about 9 minutes, they say, another car ran into the back of the parked truck, and because he did not have his safety triangles deployed, there was a lawsuit. The company lost the lawsuit and paid $1.3 million as a result of that lawsuit for the person running into the back of the truck. Lights and everything else were going, but the jury said had he followed the law and deployed his safety triangles, he would have done everything he was required to do by law. Now, keep in mind, this guy was doing a good deed. He's going over rendering first aid to a female and a couple kids in a car, but that did not impact the jury's decision as much as his failure to deploy the safety triangles.
$1.3 million. That's incredible. Wow.
But Steve, here's the rule. You have to deploy the safety triangles. I think the way it's worded in most states, I know what Ohio is, in a reasonable amount of time. Now, how do you define a reasonable amount of time? Just a normal, reasonable person. What do you think that time is?
Do they actually have a set time? 30 seconds, 1 minute,
minutes.
8 to 10 minutes? Oh, that's a lot more than I would have thought.
Well, and here's I guess my caution to commercial motor vehicle drivers. Way too often, I see them on the side of the road without those triangles, and there's a $1.3 million flag that goes off in my head. Come on, guys, put those triangles out. It's going to save your butt if somebody runs into you because they're driving HUA. They run into you because you're on the side of the road. I don't care how many lights you got flashing. You've got to have those triangles out.
Wow.
Even if a one of those road safety vehicles comes up to change your tire, those triangles have to be deployed at the farthest end of the issue, the incident, if you will. So if a service truck pulls up behind you, you redeploy those triangles as required. I'm passing a truck right now, gosh, I won't say the name of it, off of 65 north of Louisville, and he's on the side of the road, no triangles deployed, and no lights on, so he's even worse.
Wow.
Just a reminder.
Well, that's a good bit of information for the drivers out there, right? That's where you're trying to keep them safe, protect them.
Well, that's going to be a topic when I go into my safety meeting this morning. Now that you've brought up that accident in California, I'll be talking with you later on during the day.
All right. Hey, have a good safety meeting. Thanks for checking in here. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend. Let me see here. Our old pal Kyle he's out there in California. He's out in Sacramento as they're getting ready for the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series. I just shared a link. He'd posted a picture this past day. He said, I bumped into a nice looking truck out here in California. Yeah, a big old pickup, all wrapped in the Hot Shot Secret. It's for the Whole Shot Series, Diesel Series. Yeah, license plate even says Hot Shot. How about that? Got the Ohio tag on it. So what they've got going on, another big one, diesel drag racing on the West Coast. This is going to be the inaugural season opener race for the brand new West Coast Diesel Drag Racing Series. And yes, Hot Shot Secret is the title sponsor of the new Whole Shot Diesel Series, kicking off actually on Saturday. Sacramento Raceway Park there. Kyle's there now. He's going to be at the booth. And there's actually going to be a number of Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers out there on the track this Saturday. I did send Kyle an email this past day. I said, be on the lookout for one Klaus Witt, otherwise known as Santa Claus, because he says he's going to be there. So Santa Claus, Kyle's going to be watching for you to stop by out there on the track this weekend. All right, that's one of several racing events that Hot Shot Secret is going to be involved in this weekend. The other got underway this past day, actually, and continues today and Saturday. That's at Virginia Motorsports Park, the Outlaw Streetcar Reunion. For that, you can watch the live feed. Hot Shot Secret sponsoring the live feed on Flow Racing. Again, the 2021 Outlaw Streetcar Reunion at Virginia Motorsports Park in Petersburg, Virginia. Then one other biggie. This one gets underway today. So it'll be a Friday and Saturday event. That's the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, Rudy's Spring Truck Jam at Piedmont Dragway. Kyle said this is the big one. Season opener of the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, Piedmont Raceway in Julian, North Carolina. Hot Shot Secret's the Pro Street Class sponsor and the official fuel additive of ODSS, the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. They will have a booth there at the race. And this is where you can catch the Hot Shots Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10. You know, the one that set the world record a few weeks ago with the 3.99. Yeah, all right, so look for that. Many other Hot Shot Secret sponsored cars will be racing there. So, like I said, action-packed weekend for the straight line racers on the track. Several locations around the country. Enjoy some of that. Okay, as we roll toward news update, we'll get back to your calls just ahead. Eagles on the line checking in this morning. I know I can see Steve's online. It says Miss McNeil in Arizona. We'll see who that really is. Maybe it's Miss McNeil. I don't know. All right, real quick, like, who else checks in? Larry says, give us a weekend show. Yeah, I know, Larry. Maybe one of these days. Karen, listening in near Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. Everybody be safe out there. Scooter says, I swear, Horse Feathers sounds like Tom Bodette of Motel 6. You know, I'll leave the light on for you. There's old Santa Claus checking in. All right, so yeah, you got that word. Hello, Steve and the road gang on the base tonight at Davis Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona. Headed back to Sacramento first thing in the morning. You'll be getting ready for the races, right? And one more. Ronald says, Steve, did you get the chance to view the Candace Owens video on what LeBron James had to say about the shooting in Columbus the other night? You know what? I watched a couple of different videos of Candace Owens. Yeah, that girl's, she's sharp as a tack. I like Candace Owens. Yeah, a true conservative. But most of the liberal left want to refer to her as, what do they call him, an Uncle Tom kind of thing. All right, so with that, we'll get our news update here as we make our way into a Friday. We wrap up hour number one. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
White House climate envoy John Kerry is now saying it is feasible after he was asked about President Biden's plan to cut greenhouse gases in half by 2030.
Will we probably exceed it? I suspect, yes. I think a lot of us will wind up exceeding the predictions we're making because we're measuring predictions by the economies we have today and by the technologies we have today.
President Biden made the pledge during the first day of a 2-day virtual climate summit. He told the leaders of 40 different countries he will create jobs and he'll help improve the economies of different countries around the world. Texas has announced that it's reversed its ban on spiritual advisors entering the state's execution chambers. The reversal comes 2 years after the state banned any chaplain from entering the execution chamber. This is USA Radio News.
Rockstar Radio. Did you know this station, this network, is looking for their next rockstar broadcaster? That's right, we are. And it could be you. It could be you interviewing the guests, talking to the newsmakers right in the middle of everything. Have you ever dreamed of being a rockstar show host? Now could be your chance. Together with this station, we'll help you with everything you need. The studios, the equipment, your own producer, a co-host if you'd like, and so much more. Broadcasting is changing. There's never been a need for fresh voices and unique opinions like there is right now. You can do this. Our professional team will guide you every step of the way. Sound effects, show content, building your social network media, and everything you need to be the next rockstar broadcaster. Get all the details. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today to get started with your own show. Email bill@rockstar.today. That's bill@rockstar.today. Don't wait. You could be the next voice for America. Email bill@rockstar.today.
The Senate has passed a measure to combat the rise in anti-Asian hate crimes. Both parties came together to pass legislation sponsored by Hawaii Democrat Mazie Hirono. It's designed to address a recent surge in Asian American violence that was spurred on by the COVID-19 pandemic.
The important thing for our AAPI community is that we stand with you, and we will continue to stand with you to prevent these kinds of crimes from happening in our country.
The vote was 94-1. The bill now goes to the House, where passage is expected. The new legislation creates a new position at the Justice Department that focuses on reporting of anti-Asian motivated crimes. The final agreement includes compromised language from Republicans who had initially expressed concern with some of the earlier drafts. Hundreds of mourners gathered for the funeral of Dante Wright in a Minneapolis suburb. Reverend Al Sharpton said, "We're going to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act."
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A star from the LA Lakers is in trouble after tweeting a photo that appeared to show the officer in the fatal police shooting of a 16-year-old girl in Columbus, Ohio. Underneath the caption, "You're next." USA Radio's Lance Pry has more.
NBA basketball player LeBron James posted a photo of the police officer who allegedly killed a 16-year-old girl in Columbus, Ohio, with the message, "You're next." But Columbus interim police chief Michael Wood says body cam video of the incident showed the female with a knife who was shot by the officer was attempting to stab the other female in the video. LeBron James has since deleted the tweet, saying the hate it generated was too much. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Russia says it will end its military buildup for exercises near Ukraine's eastern border by May. They say their checks near the border with Ukraine have been fully achieved. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said the military had until May 1st to return from military exercises. President Biden raised the concerns about the tensions escalating with the military buildup on a call with Russian President Vladimir Putin last week. Meanwhile, fears of a potential threat of Russian invasion created a national unity in Ukraine and strengthened Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's position. Zelensky tweeted, "The reduction of troops on our border proportionately reduces the tension." For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, I was scouring for a story I had a couple weeks ago, and I never did get a chance to touch on it. So many things to cover. Yeah, we only have 5 hours to do it every night, right? We cover a lot, though. So I think that this story kind of has pretty much the same detail I was looking for. It's the new law in California. All right, so you're a man that identifies as a woman, or vice versa. And if you're in prison, well, the new California SB 132 that kicked in first of the year, which mandates housing prisoners according to their gender identity. That's when it took effect. This is where it gets very interesting. How many individuals that are in prison do you think actually identify as another gender? Since this new law kicked in first of the year, 261 transfer requests have been made under this law. Would you be surprised if it's pretty much nearly all men seeking transfers to women's prisons? You can't make it up. To date, they tell us only a few transfers have actually occurred. While an evergreen excuse, in reality, SB 132 created a nightmare scenario, leaving prisons unable to protect female inmates if they actually do what the law requires. Last year, Gavin Newsom signed the law declaring this represents another step forward toward the march to equality for the LGBTQ community. Those championing the law, such as the author of the bill, Senator Scott Wiener, cheered the statute as supporting the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation's efforts to provide a safe, humane, respectful, rehabilitative environment for the incarcerated transgender, non-binary, or intersex community. Long story short, you could actually potentially see imprisoned serial male rapists ultimately being placed in women's prisons. That's what it can come down to. New California law that gives male inmates the right to be housed in female prisons, providing no protection for the women inmates or guards, for that matter. Transgender, non-binary, and intersex. Transgender, it's rather broad and inclusive of all gender identities, different from the gender a person was assigned at birth, including but not limited to transsexual, two-spirit, or Mahu. Non-binary includes individuals who may experience a gender identity that is neither exclusively male or female, or is in between or beyond both of those genders, including but not limited to gender-fluid individuals, agender or without gender. How about third gender, gender queer, gender variant, or gender non-conforming? Did you realize I didn't know there were that many genders, did you? Section 2 also highlights statistics of harassment and violence affecting transgender prisoners. And yeah, inmates are going to abuse the system. A prisoner cannot be disciplined for refusing to respond to these questions or for providing incomplete responses. But should a prisoner decide later to share or change the information, employees of the prison must again ask the inmate their preferred pronouns. Okay. Like I said, you can't make this stuff up, but what a nightmare they're creating there in California. Zero protection for females in prison. They do say California has already transferred a violent baby killer to a women's prison. And in Washington, a man housed in a female prison has been accused of rape. You don't think that's going to happen? All right, who's next up here? Eagle, what's going on this Friday morning?
Nothing much, but this call here, Steve, this is gonna be probably one of the very, very controversial phone call I'm about to make right now. Because I'm about fed up with all the things that have taken place in the last 2 or 3 days I've talked to you, and I talked to the previous host on the other station, WLW, about this deal, and that's concerning somebody who lives in your state, and he goes by the name of LeBron James. You know something, Steve? I about had it with. I've been telling people this for years, and I've told you and other people this. LeBron James, Colin Kaepernick, Brett Favre, Shannon Sharp, and these type of people. These guys here, they seem to forget that these guys are professional athletes, sports athletes. Nobody cares about their political opinion. I don't care about what they think about the police or any other thing. LeBron James is paid millions of dollars to play basketball, Steve. That's what he needs to do. Just like Laura Ingraham told him to do a couple of years ago, shut up and dribble. Nobody cares what LeBron James has to say about the police officials. If LeBron James cared, let me ask you something, Steve. LeBron James is probably one of the wealthiest athletes in the world. He's worth $1 billion. How many, since he says he's so worried, concerned about blacks, how many blacks has LeBron James helped with all that money that he has? Building basketball courts, building building facilities, donating shoes to kids. I haven't heard about LeBron James doing anything except running his mouth. So I'm fed up with these people that wants to stick their nose into the policing business, and then all of a sudden he wants to delete the tweet that, like the coward that he is. If you're gonna send out a tweet like that, at least back it up and you leave it up on Twitter so everybody can see it. You don't delete it after you put it up. But just like I heard somebody say on Mark Levin's show today, Steve, you know, LeBron James puts up a tweet like that, but I don't see Twitter deleting his account. But I bet you if Donald Trump, when he had his account, I guarantee if Donald Trump would have stuck his nose in some police business, I bet you they would have deleted his account from Twitter. You think about that. All these people that say that LeBron James is doing the right thing, LeBron James is not doing the right thing. And none of these other people that are these sports celebrities that are sticking their nose in police business. You know, just like that one guy said, Steve, you know, LeBron, before he opens his mouth, and this is not the first time LeBron James has opened his mouth about police business and he was wrong. This time he is wrong with the Columbus situation. That situation, the girl was totally out of control. LeBron James puts up a tweet telling that cop that you're the next cop to go to jail for killing somebody. When this cop actually saved someone's life, he actually saved that other girl from being stabbed to death. Like I said, that girl that was completely out of control, and then the cop, he did what he was paid to do. He stopped somebody from being hurt. And unfortunately, the girl got killed, but she's the one with the knife. The cop was just doing his job, what he's paid to do. And LeBron James, before he opens his big mouth, he needs to take a look at the video before he starts talking, just like some other people out there in the news media. But you know something, Steve? I told you this earlier this week, and I've heard several other people. I've heard several other people on radio shows, Mark Levin's show, Sean Hannity's, and other shows around the U.S. as I'm driving my truck, and they said the same thing I said. And I'm going to keep continuing to repeat myself. If I'm a police officer in the United States of America, especially if I'm a white police officer, I'm turning in my badge, I'm turning in my gun and anything else that they gave me, because you can't do your job anytime. If you do, you're in a no-win situation with these people, Steve. If you shoot somebody, then you're the bad guy, then you're a racist, then you're the worst man that ever stepped foot on God's green earth. If you don't shoot that man, then you're going 6 feet under the ground, and then you'll be a dead man, and they'll be having a funeral for you. So anybody out there tonight who says that they want to be a police officer, I want you to call in tonight and tell me why you still want to get yourself involved in a situation, a no-win situation like that, to where you're the bad guy or either you're going 6 feet under the ground. So if you continue to want to be a cop after what I just said, that's your business. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. There you go. He did give you a disclaimer there. This may be one of my more controversial calls. Okay, so yeah, the whole LeBron James thing, that's just... Yeah, there's no shortage of people lashing out against LeBron. He gets I think he gets a Dumbass of the Week nomination, right? He has to, for sticking his nose where it didn't belong and then trying to back off. And then trying to explain away why he deleted the post. And you're just digging the hole deeper there, LeBron. What did he say? Shut up and dribble? Play your game, right? Play your game. Let's see here. Where is the spirit of the American trucker? Oweida's tour trailer. Looks like Forrestal, Missouri. Marty Ellis, of course, the new skipper of the Spirit. Yeah, I got there yesterday. He'll be there today and Saturday. The Forrestal TA, that's at the junction of I-70 with Route W, exit 203 from the interstate there. So the western fringe of the St. Louis metropolitan area. Parking for 95 tractor trailers there. Got the Country Pride restaurant dining room that is open 6A to 8P. Forrestal kind of straddles the St. Charles-Warren County line. It's named for a prominent citizen who immigrated to the area from Ireland and became a tobacco farmer, cattle rancher, and landowner. The town originated as Millville way back in 1856. Now, Marty, much like John Osborne, the previous skipper for many, many years, used to do, Marty says, what are the drivers talking about right now? Well, some drivers at the previous stop in Mount Vernon, Missouri, had questions about using products with CBD oil in them. All Ellis could tell him was, you better be careful, because professional drivers are in a federally regulated industry. Federal law preempts state laws that might legalize marijuana or products derived from it, like CBD oil. Now, in addition, since there's no regulated testing of CBD products, even if the label says it has no THC in it, you can't be certain. There's been many documented cases where drivers have been caught using products labeled THC-free, but then ultimately testing positive on their drug test for marijuana use. We've shared a number of stories over the years in regards to that. Be very, very careful with the CBD products. All right, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Steve. What's happening here? Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday, Steve. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got you on speaker.
You do sound a little bit distant, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I forgot my earpiece tonight. But anyway, I'm going to make one comment about LeBron James, and then I'm never going to talk about this reprobate again. So, have you ever seen him tweet about communist China, about the Uyghurs, how the genocide is going on, the forced abortions, the killing of Muslims, the concentration camps? Have you heard LeBron James say anything about that?
To my knowledge, I've never seen anything like that, no.
Nope. Steve, most of his money has been made from communist China, with Nike, with the Chinese products that he promotes.
Endorses, yeah.
Endorses. With the NBA just, playing basketball. LeBron James is an icon in communist China. And this guy is going to put out that kind of racist hatred statements. So I just like to make people aware of the hypocrisy of this guy. Where's his tweets about what communist China is doing to those poor Muslims over there? Where's his tweet about that? The next thing, Steve, I want to say about that police officer in Columbus. I watched that video this morning a little closer. To me, that officer is a hero. That police officer, Steve, when he got out of his car, from the time he got out of his car till the time he put that girl on the ground was 15 seconds. He had to process the information, a chaotic situation. If you notice in the video, right in front of him at feet. There's a black adult gentleman that comes up. This guy's not a gentleman. He's a monster. The girl that was thrown to the ground by the woman that had the knife, he kicked her in the head. I don't know if you can see that.
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
Okay, so why didn't he concentrate on that versus what was in the distance, a ways away, a woman with a knife getting ready to stab somebody? He had 15 seconds to figure out what to do, and he did the right thing. He saved someone's life. That cop should be a hero in my eyes and in the police department's eyes in Columbus, Ohio. They should be standing up with this guy. And I'll tell you, Steve, I don't know where the activists are, where the community is that support police, but they need to get out in the streets and they need to march peacefully, because that's what they would do, march peacefully, not burn down the city. They would march peacefully in support of the police department. That's what they ought to be doing in Columbus, Ohio, standing up for that officer. The union should be standing up for that officer. The cops, all the cops. Here's my point, Steve. You know what these cops ought to do in Columbus, Ohio? They ought to go on strike. They ought to walk off the damn job and see how the city of Columbus can deal with that for a few days with no police around. When they call 911, when their kid's going to get stabbed with a knife. That's my feeling about that situation. So one more point. I sent you an email about something that happened on March the 20th. Was a date that Nancy Pelosi said we're going to take down the fence, we're going to take down the wire. When are you going to do that? After March 20th. Do you know why that date is so important, Steve? Because the United States Postal Service has been spying on Americans. They've been spying on their social media accounts, Facebook, Twitter, Parler, YouTube. They've been monitoring people that have been talking about protesting on their social media accounts. That's how they found out about it. That March 20th, there was going to be a rally, and there were two people on Parler that were talking about doing something criminal. Two people. That's what they found. This report just came out.
Yeah, I've several people have sent me links to various stories about that. I had a couple of them last evening. I didn't touch on them, but I see you sent me a link where I guess Bongino was talking about it this past day, and he kind of pointed out the whole March 20th thing.
It's called ICOP. So I'll tell you, Steve, people better be careful. I don't have Facebook, like I said. I don't have Twitter. I would never get one of those accounts. I may go on Mike Lindell's account on his server once I, figure out how to use it and stuff. But I may go on that to watch videos and, listen to conservative tweets. But I would never, ever have Facebook and Twitter with the hatred that they spew and the censorship against conservatives and Republicans. But anyway, people better be careful about what they're saying on those platforms, because they're being watched and they're being monitored by the United States Postal Service. I thought they just dealt in stamps, Steve. Pretty crazy.
If I understand correctly, there are divisions in the Postal Service and a number of other, like the Internal Revenue Service. They have armed divisions. I remember talking about that several years ago. Okay, so if you hadn't caught what he's talking about, this has been one of the big scenarios in recent days. The U.S. Postal Service has their own policing force, which is called the United States Postal Inspection Service, that boasts roughly 1,200 members. The oldest continually operating federal law enforcement agency. Its started goal was to protect the Postal Service, its employees, and its infrastructure. Their jurisdiction only covers crimes that affect the use of mail, the postal system, or postal employees. At least that's what it says on paper. But that's the breaking story. We're learning that they're somehow in the surveillance business. And it goes way beyond the stated scope of their operations. The United States Postal Law Enforcement arm is monitoring the social media activity of Americans to share inflammatory content across government agencies. Analyst at the USPIS Internet Covert Operations Program, that's one I haven't heard of, monitored significant activity regarding planned protests occurring internationally and domestically on March the 20th of this year, according to the government bulletin. Locations and times had been identified for these protests, which are being distributed online across multiple social media platforms, to include the right-wing leaning Parler and Telegram accounts. March 20 was the date set for the worldwide rally for freedom and democracy, an umbrella protest involving supposedly many anti-government groups and movements. The bulletin included screenshots of users planning these protests over various social media sites, including Facebook and Parler, while the bulletin justified this surveillance by suggesting that Parler users have commented about their intent to use the rallies to engage in violence. They admit that no intelligence is available to suggest the legitimacy of those threats. ICOP analysts were monitoring these social media channels for any potential threats stemming from the scheduled protests and disseminate intelligence bulletins as needed. That's what that particular bulletin read. When asked about the program, I guess in recent days, the U.S. Postal Service responded with a generic statement about the importance of their law enforcement arm and ignored that these activities are really outside of their jurisdiction. The U.S. Postal Inspection Service is the primary law enforcement, crime prevention, and security arm of the U.S. Postal Service. The Internet Covert Operations Program is a function within the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, which assesses threats to Postal Service employees and its infrastructure by monitoring publicly available open source information, aka any of your social media. That's all open public source. Jeffrey Stone, who previously investigated the NSA's surveillance program, was very puzzled by the Postal Service's role in this. There's so many other federal agencies that could do this. I don't understand why the post office would be doing it. There's no need for a post office to do it. You've got the FBI, you've got Homeland Security, and on and on. So I don't know why. I don't understand why the government would go to the Postal Service for examining the internet for security issues. He says, on the bright side, if there's going to be a government agency spying on us, I'd prefer it to be one as historically incompetent as the U.S. Postal Service. No word yet if the NSA plans on entering the shipping business. A little humor at the end. All right, we'll get back to your calls just ahead here. What are we looking at as we make our way into the early hours of a Friday? You can dial us up at 844-844-3388. And, of course, I'm going to get a quick update on my news break here, which we'll share with you momentarily. I'm flipping over, looking for some of our comments from our listening friends. All right, here we go. Got the right page. Chevy guy, who I think he's on hold. I believe he's up there watching Fox News before I mounted up tonight. The Columbus story, in short, LeBron tweet after the Chauvin verdict, then posted a picture of the cop that shot and killed that woman. Was catching flack for his tweet. Well, yeah, he's been catching a lot of flack. Not a word about the knife or the cop saving the other young woman, though. Like the 13-year-old boy, then 16-year-old girl. That just kind of adds heat to the fire. The cops have no way to know what someone's age is. And, of course, they all had weapons. The 13-year-old in Chicago, yes, he had a gun. And the girl, in the process, moments away from plunging that into the other 16-year-old girl. You shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
White House climate envoy John Kerry is now saying it is feasible after he was asked about President Biden's plan to cut greenhouse gases in half by 2030.
Will we probably exceed it? I suspect, yes. I think a lot of us will wind up exceeding the predictions we're making because we're measuring predictions by the economies we have today and by the technologies we have today.
President Biden made the pledge during the first day of a 2-day virtual climate summit. He told the leaders of 40 different countries he will create jobs and he'll help improve the economies of different countries around the world. Texas has announced that it's reversed its ban on spiritual advisors entering the state's execution chambers. The reversal comes 2 years after the state banned any chaplain from entering the execution chamber. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS and you cannot afford to make payments to the IRS, you may qualify for the CNC tax program. This is a new program, and if you qualify, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Once you're accepted into this program, the IRS is forced to stop all harassing collection activities. No threatening phone calls, no wage garnishments, no bank levies, and no more monthly payments to the IRS. Get ready to write this number down. It's the most important number you'll ever need to end your IRS tax nightmare. Call Paramount Tax Relief at 800-547-4804 for a free confidential consultation to find out if you qualify for the CNC tax program. Once you are accepted into the CNC tax program, you won't make any payments to the IRS while in this program. Call Paramount Tax Relief now at 800-547-4804. That's 800-547-4804. Again, 800-547-4804. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Indeed it is, and we're back on a Friday. Get ready for the weekend. All right, let me real quick jump up to Big Moose, because it does say urgent. What's going on, Big Moose?
Hey, bud, just want to chime in real quick and let you know about this post office deal, the Postal Inspective Services.
Yes.
That's a power play move, brother. If you want to look, you want some interesting reading, just Google United States Post Office sovereign immunity. That's why they're using the post office. The post office is immune from any kind of lawsuit, small claims court, anything. They're untouchable.
Really?
You'll find everything you need. Just Google United States Postal Service sovereign immunity. They're the only executive branch of government, and they are the only federal agency that has sovereign immunity. That's why they're using it. And people think that that's a joke, or think that the poor old bumbling postmaster. This is a power play, dude. This is some bad stuff.
I'm doing a search as we speak. I guess that would maybe kind of answer the question, right? Why they're using the postal service.
That's exactly the answer to the question. Exactly, because they're untouchable.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up here, Big Moose. Get back with us a little bit later in the show when you got more to share. Okay? Wow. Yeah, so I see a number of stories going back here over a number of years. Okay. Of course, this particular, I click on the one that says, oh, you have to subscribe for access. All right. Guess you can do, from Wikipedia, sovereign immunity. Let's see. 2006, a case decided by the U.S. Supreme Court involving the extent to which the U.S. Postal Service has sovereign immunity from lawsuits brought by private individuals under the Federal Tort Claims Act. The court ruled that an exception to the FTCA that barred liability for the negligent transmission of mail did not apply to a claim for injuries caused when someone tripped over mail left by a postal employee. So that's just one case. All right, but yeah, I'll have to do a little research on U.S. Postal Service sovereign immunity. As they say, you learn something every day, all right? All right, somebody's in Arizona. Who we got on the line?
Steve, is it possible to upgrade the vocabulary on your answering machine? Because I don't believe the word mule, as in red mule, is part of the vocabulary of your machine.
Well, it gives me that's read you o.
How do you get that out of red mule?
I have not a clue.
Do you have a warranty on that machine, Steve? I don't know. Hey, Steve, real quick, this Candace Owen, the thing about her, you listen to that woman, and at least myself, I need to listen to her about 2 or 3 times because she has so many deep thoughts that I'm still thinking about the first thing she said, and she's already gone on to the third thing. And so I've missed a couple of things that she has, and she's always somebody that's worth listening to. I enjoy her. So, hey, Steve, changing the subject, you know that the Red Mule would never call your show and compare Big Ed to Joe Biden. That'd be something that'd be below me. I wouldn't do something like that, right?
I wouldn't think. What kind of comparison do we have, Red Mule?
Well, I think Big Ed is guilty of plagiarizing. That's what Joe Biden got by on. And his statement tonight, what was it? Please be quiet, I'm sleeping here. Isn't that an epitaph on a tombstone somewhere that's been made famous?
Right, not so loud.
Oh, not so loud, I'm sleeping. Okay, I don't remember exactly what it was. Along that same line. So, hey, Steve, I heard today somebody said that this Earth Day was...
Oh, Red, you were breaking up there. All we heard was, did someone say Earth Day? Earth Day what?
Earth Day was on Lennon's birthday. Is there any fact for that?
I'm not sure.
I just thought this kind of interesting. Well, I go now, Steve. I'm listening to Maria Bartiromo this past day, and she had Gordon Chang on there, and they were talking about all these things that Biden's done to undo what Trump did. And they were talking about the order that Trump had put in that American companies, utility companies, couldn't buy, I guess, software from China firms or something like that. And apparently, some utility company in India, Mumbai or whatever, had bought a package from China, and I guess they were mad at them or something, and apparently China cut off their power somehow remotely. Have you heard anything on a story like that?
I have not seen that one yet either, no.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood it. On that postal inspector thing, Steve, I delivered a few things to postal facilities years and years ago, and they're in a great big huge room there, and they had, I guess you'd call them booths up suspended from the ceiling with dark glass in them every so often. I don't know, every 20 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, whatever it was. I asked somebody one time what it was, and they said it's so that postal inspectors can be up there and observe the postal workers without them knowing that they're being observed. Of course, that's all probably done by cameras nowadays. But maybe they just run out things for them postal inspectors to do, so they started checking in on people's social media. Final thought, Steve. Now I'm just working part time now. In fact, tonight I'm headed down to Arizona when my oldest daughter was learning to drive. I had a '69 Bronco that she learned to drive in, and it's been sitting at my brother's for 25 years, and she's got in her head that she wants it restored, and so I'm going to go down and get it. She's going to have to do the restoring. If I do the restoring, it's going to be mine. But anyhow, Steve, what I'm getting at is, I only work a couple of days now, and I live about 2 hours from Vegas now, and I've been trying to think, you think I could pick up a few extra bucks if I go down there and work in Vegas a couple of nights a week as a Webb Pierce impersonator?
Oh, boy.
Bell stands of glass. What do you think, Steve? Am I close?
Oh, my. They've got enough Elvises. I don't know. You might be better off as Webb Pierce. I don't know. To answer your first question there, yes, I did. I was able to do a quick search on that for you. Going back several years ago, the story says it may be sheer coincidence, but it's all too fitting that the very first Earth Day, which yesterday was Earth Day 2021, the very first Earth Day was April 22 of 1970. That occurred on Lenin's 100th birthday. Now, given that most of the modern environmentalist movement grew out of the far left student movement coming out of the 1960s, in that context, it's very rare to see people brandishing or citing Chairman Mao's Little Red Book as any source of wisdom, and many in the anti-war movement accused the capitalist chemical companies of growing rich by producing napalm and Agent Orange to drop on the people in the forest of Vietnam. Again, first Earth Day, 1970. All right. Is it just a coincidence? That's the question they ask. But I guess to answer your question, yes, apparently it is true. The very first Earth Day was on Lenin's 100th birthday. Very interesting. All right, we've got lines available here. A Friday morning, it's 844-844-3388. There's a retired police officer. This in the industry headlines from CDL Life. A retired police officer has launched a campaign to fund an invention that he believes will help keep truck drivers safe while on the road. It is a special pepper spray device. Retired police officer Mike Mercer has developed a device called the F3 Defense that would allow truckers to deploy pepper spray at a potential attacker without even opening their cab door. As a former chemical specialist at the Mesa, Arizona Police Department, Mercer developed the device after his time in the police force allowed him to realize the dangers that truck drivers face every day. In the prototype, the device can be installed on the driver's side door and hooked up to a can of pepper spray, outfitted with a special safety lock to avoid accidental deployment. When used, the device shoots a stream of pepper sprays through the special installment in the door and theoretically right into the face of a potential attacker. Mercer has already teamed up with Tennessee truck driver Sherry Moore to test the product's usefulness. Moore says she already feels more safe while she's on the road. She sees the pepper spray device as a better alternative to a gun, which can discharge accidentally and fatally wound someone, and much better than a knife, which she'd need to leave her truck to use. Being a minority on the road, I have safety concerns, she says. It does make me feel better and safer on the road. If someone's trying to get in, I use the same rule as we use in the house. I'm going to protect myself by any means necessary. When someone is surrounding or attacking your car, you have two options: sitting there and hoping it doesn't go bad, or driving off and potentially killing someone. Most people don't have it in them to kill. It's not just about putting this in their hands. We provide training, seminars, and teach people to be aware of their surroundings, according to the retired officer Mercer. Maybe an alternative that other drivers could be interested in. There you go. It's about 10 before the hour. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Hey, it's Friday. I'm having a blast. I enjoyed this. I thank you so much for reading that comment. I think you read it better than I could say it, brother. And I disagree with that radio advertisement. There's guys out there, but I'm one of the few that just could not make it on the radio. I could not be a broadcaster. I leave it to you guys, you professionals for that.
Okay.
But the story, that's why I listen. Somebody can talk better than me. The story about sending some of these old boys to the women's prison. Well, I think Tuesday or whatever, I ended up on a YouTube channel, and the title caught me about someone doing time, nursery in a women's prison. I thought, how odd is that? When I hadn't watched it, But they went on different stories. I think the guard, this guy went into a women's prison, was talking, about all these women and the crime. And the guard that checks these women in was talking to this guy, and he says, he goes, well, what is your impression since you've worked here so long? She said, when I first started working here, I was like most people. Women are the weaker sex. She said, a lot of these women will slit your throat. She goes, if I did, she said she would open up the folder and see the crimes that they had done. And she said, and then she looks across the table at them, and it just no way this woman could have done this crime. But that she was convicted, they had the evidence, and there she was. She said that you would be surprised what's in this prison. And, well, some of these boys, they want to go in there and they want to act like women, thinking they're going to have it better. Like I said, a lot of them women are in there for killing their husbands. So if they might not, they might go in there, they might decide to do something. Well, 3 or 4 of them women can hold them down and disarm them, if you know what I'm saying.
I hear you, yeah.
You know what? Our prisons need to be safe for both men and women. If we're going to keep them in custody, it's just like Chauvin. I pray for this man. There's no way he can. There's someone out there right now thinking, man, I'm life in prison. I could get my name. Nobody's heard of me. I've been in here for 10 years. I got the rest of my life to go. I could become an instant overnight hero and national hero. Maybe even get some might get some women to marry me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Just by taking this man's life. So, hey, when we send our people to prison, we need to protect them from rape or any other kind of violence, and we need to do a better job than what we've been doing, I reckon. But I thought about that with Chauvin. It was 8 minutes. You and I disagreed, of course. 8 minutes on his neck. Yes, I know. But I also watched this woman that's been in jail since 1976. She was 16 when they convicted her. And I guess she was 14 when she did the crime of, she caught the house on fire and she was trying to leave. According to her, it was abuse of the foster dad. And she, in her mind, she thought she'd start a fire and that way she could leave. And they ended up, the man, the woman, and 2 children died in that fire. And she was convicted on 4 counts, 4 life sentences. And she had been in there since 1976. Failed on all of her appeals and said, nope, this is my home now. She goes, I don't even know. I've never had a cell phone. I've heard about laptops. I don't even know anything out there. She goes, this is my home. And she goes, I would never make it out there. It was interesting. But the women that's in there, like I said, a lot of them's in there for killing their husbands. And they're sweet on the outside, but boy, what they got on the inside. So some of these guys they might meet their maker going in there. So I thought that story was interesting. And yeah, this story is going to go on. I'm telling you, I'm so disappointed in this news media down here, this Fox News station. They told the story and it just absolutely left out the fact that this cop saved this young woman's life, and that the woman that he shot was armed with a knife.
Yeah.
And I'm getting to where I'm hurt. All of these officers had no possible way to know how old these people were. And I've seen the picture now. I've been married for 39 years.
Yep.
So I get it. You don't talk about a woman's weight. But this woman wielding a knife, young 14, 15, I'm getting on different ages now, different stories. She didn't, she looked like a full-grown woman to me.
She didn't look like, she was bigger than your typical 15-year-old, that's for sure.
I believe you're right. Other than that, I'm going to try to hush my mouth. My blood pressure's okay. I get a little excited, but my blood pressure's still okay. I'm good on that. But I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the ride, Tim Bohr.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. There you go. All right, we've got wide open lines here as we roll toward news update, top of the hour. You can dial us up as we roll into a Friday. What's on your mind? Pick a topic. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, I mentioned Friday. Well, yeah, that means we indeed do have some Dumbass of the Week nominees. Now, first of all, seen as LeBron James, of course, was one of those already in the mix here. But who else we got? Let's see. Got the whole breakdown from Brain Dead here on a Friday morning. And let's start with, all right, he said this is probably going to be our first ever official Darwin Award winner. If you're not familiar with Darwin Awards, that's when your dumbass moves actually end up ending your life. So that's a big mistake. So who do we start with? An Orlando man. 31-year-old Orlando man run over and killed by several cars Wednesday morning on I-95 in Brevard County after he fell off his motorcycle while performing a stunt on the interstate. This was on I-95 near Port St. John Parkway. Highway Patrol said the man was riding a 2015 Honda North on I-95 when he did the smart move. He stood up on the seat and raised his arms outward. So you're on I-95, rolling down the interstate, standing on your motorcycle. Whoops. Yeah, he lost control. He fell off. To which he was run over by a 2013 Chevy Equinox and a 2020 Hyundai Santa Fe and likely other vehicles. Yes, he was dead at the scene. The drivers of the vehicles that ran over him, one, a 19-year-old woman, and a 55-year-old man, were not injured, but obviously lanes were closed. Okay, that's play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right? Let's take you up to the Amish community in Pennsylvania, where an 18-year-old has been arrested for DUI after crashing his buggy in Lawrence County, his Amish buggy. According to the state police of Wilmington, Pennsylvania, John Byler was traveling along State Route 18 in his Amish buggy when apparently a PennDOT snowplow started the horse that was pulling the buggy, causing it to crash in a ditch along the road. When the police arrived at the scene, they found the buggy had significant damage. The horse had been unlatched. Byler had minor injuries. The passenger in the buggy with him sustained minor injuries. They were transported to a hospital. Byler told police he had no recollection of what happened. He appeared to be under the influence. It was discovered he had a blood alcohol content of 0.125. So he got driving under the influence charges. I guess it's not every day that happens in the Amish community, is it there? All right, news update here, and we'll get back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
White House climate envoy John Kerry is now saying it is feasible after he was asked about President Biden's plan to cut greenhouse gases in half by 2030.
Will we probably exceed it? I suspect yes. I think a lot of us will wind up exceeding the predictions we're making because we're measuring predictions by the economies we have today and by the technologies we have today.
President Biden made the pledge during the first day of a 2-day virtual climate summit. He told the leaders of 40 different countries he will create jobs and he'll help improve the economies of different countries around the world. Texas has announced that it's reversed its ban on spiritual advisors entering the state's execution chambers. The reversal comes 2 years after the state banned any chaplain from entering the execution chamber. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
The Senate has passed a measure to combat the rise in anti-Asian hate crimes. Both parties came together to pass legislation sponsored by Hawaii Democrat Mazie Hirono. It's designed to address a recent surge in Asian American violence that was spurred on by the COVID-19 pandemic.
The important thing for our AAPI community is that we stand with you, and we will continue to stand with you to prevent these kinds of crimes from happening in our country.
The new legislation creates a new position at the Justice Department that focuses on reporting of anti-Asian motivated crimes. The final agreement includes compromised language from Republicans who had initially expressed concern with some of the earlier drafts. Hundreds of mourners gathered for the funeral of Dante Wright in a Minneapolis suburb. Reverend Al Sharpton said, "We're going to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act as a federal law and make it against the law to stop bringing us to funerals for our young kings." You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A star from the LA Lakers is in trouble after tweeting a photo that appeared to show the officer in the fatal police shooting of a 16-year-old girl in Columbus, Ohio. Underneath the caption, "You're next." USA Radio's Lance Pry has more.
NBA basketball player LeBron James posted a photo of the police officer who allegedly killed a 16-year-old girl in Columbus, Ohio, with the message, "You're next." But Columbus Interim Police Chief Michael Wood says body cam video of the incident showed the female with a knife who was shot by the officer was attempting to stab the other female in the video. LeBron James has since deleted the tweet, saying the hate it generated was too much. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Russia says it will end its military buildup for exercises near Ukraine's eastern border by May. They say their checks near the border with Ukraine have been fully achieved. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said the military had until May 1st to return from military exercises. President Biden raised the concerns about the tensions escalating with the military buildup on a call with Russian President Vladimir Putin last week. Meanwhile, fears of a potential threat of Russian invasion created a national unity in Ukraine and strengthened Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's position. Zelensky tweeted, "The reduction of troops on our border proportionately reduces the tension." For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, we're back at it here. And good to have you with us on a Friday morning. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Yeah, I heard the LeBron James story. LeBron's getting all kinds of attention now, isn't he? Dumbass. And right up his alley, I'm going to nominate this chick. Another ignorant child who thinks they know everything. That's what I'll call it. A Black Lives Matter agitator. This was on Wednesday. According to the report, made a surprising argument on social media that really did turn some heads. And she says, quote, "Teenagers have been having fights, including fights involving knives, for eons." Again, longtime BLM activist Bree Newsom. She goes on to say, "We don't need police to address these situations by showing up at the scene and using a weapon against one of the teenagers. Y'all need help. I mean, sincerely." Obviously, she's defending the behavior of Ma'Khia Bryant, who was fatally shot by police attempting to stab other people with a knife Tuesday afternoon. All right, let's skip on down to the heart of this. Shortly after the shooting, demonstrators gathered at the shooting scene and at the Columbus Division of the police headquarters downtown. All right, then they go into the body cam footage. We've all seen that by now. Let's see. Everyone should be frightened that the ruling white elite have done such a thoroughly successful job of not only disconnecting us from the means of basic self-sufficiency, but also convincing us we need armed white officers to manage our children and communities. Frightening, she says. Who is this girl? Bree Newsom is best known for climbing the flagpole at the South Carolina State House to cut down a Confederate flag back in 2015. She's since gained notoriety by expressing her crackpot ideas on Twitter, where she goes by the handle "Defund and Abolish Police, Refund Our Communities." Just last week, she actually condoned rioting and looting as legitimate responses to what they called state violence against blacks and other minorities. Here's another quote. "I'm definitely in the camp of defending rioting and looting as a legitimate, politically informed response to state violence. I've tweeted on this topic many times, and I'm always willing to engage people in good faith discussion of why I hold that position," she says. Far from making the argument people think it does, the hand-wringing over property damage and looting in situations like this only highlights how this society treats black people as less than human. Well, I guess her attempt to normalize knife fights among teenagers prompted a great deal of ridicule. Well, I would hope so. Yeah, what's she talking about? Some of her fellow Twitter users. All right, let's see. Teenagers have been having fights, including fights involving knives, for eons. One responder says, "We need help." You think knife fights are normal? Another says, "Required reading for my first grader." Yeah, my first grader. And it's the cover of a book. My first knife fight. Yeah, 2 little boys having a knife fight. Knife fights are the thing that should be allowed to happen. It's not a take I've ever expected to see. Caleb says, we should let the kids stab each other to death. That's quite the take there. Now, there's a number of other comments, but obviously people are saying, yeah, what's wrong with this kid? It starts off, you have your first fist fight when you're, normally elementary, middle school, whatever the case is going to be. And then, of course, so now we're going to normalize knife fights. Of course, what is the next step? Well, somebody brought a knife to the fight, so I'm going to bring a gun. I guess, according to Bree, in short order, it's normal to have gunfights. We don't need no cops showing up for that. You can't make this stuff up. What do you say, Pappy? What's going on? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. Steve, this is what we're dealing with. You know how many young people feel the same way she does?
You're telling me there's a lot to do? Or is that for real?
Steve, there's a lot of people that feel the way that young lady does.
Wow.
This is what we are dealing with some of these younger generations that are thinking this way, that have been brainwashed, that have allowed themselves to become brainwashed. Told you a couple of weeks ago, that's why I love you. I love your show. I love the people calling in this show, because we don't allow ourselves to become brainwashed. Let me tell you something about LeBron James here. Everything this country's done for him with the help of the Communist Chinese Party, and he turns around and does something like, let me tell you something, American Eagle, a patriot, and that man ever will be or ever was. Another thing is, it's surprising that the Postal Service is spying on the American people. Does that surprise you, Steve?
I thought the Postal Service was broke. I mean, 1,200 members of that particular division. I didn't think they had any money. How are they affording the resources to do this stuff?
Slide hand, Steve. Come on. Would anybody expect the Postal Service to be behind some of this stuff? I mean, after we had the FBI, the NSA spying on political opponents, spying on the President of the United States, and this is a surprise that the Postal Service is doing some shenanigans behind the scenes.
Right.
No surprise to me. NBC. How about that, huh? We were just talking about CBS last night. Now NBC's in the manipulating the videos and the 911 calls. It's my understanding that they actually played the 911 call, Steve. Just a short segment of it. But they left out the part where they said, help, this girl's trying to stab us.
Really?
Why are they doing this, Steve?
To agitate, to get the masses outraged.
Yes, sir. Let me tell you something. That officer involved in that, his life's changed forever, Steve. That man has to go to bed every night knowing that he took the life of a 16-year-old girl. His life's changed forever.
Yeah.
He's probably in the same mindset as the officer that got convicted in the George Floyd case. Why the hell did I ever become a cop? I got to deal with this now. Steve, I rarely talk about things that actually occurred to me, while I've been working. But I can give you about 15 years ago, if you want, I'd like to share a day of a cop with you.
Okay.
This all happened in one day, Steve. about 15 years ago. Right out of the chute, got dispatched to a fatal car crash. 22-year-old man. It was summertime. It was hot. It was down on Route 50 down by Lawrenceburg Road. I rolled up. He got ejected. Was the first officer on the scene. He's laying face down. His hips and his legs were face up. You kind of knew he was dead when you see he didn't have a shirt on because it was so hot, and the amount of skin that he left when he got ejected out on the roadway. But, you know, when you see several rib cages sticking out through his skin, you kind of figured he ain't going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
Left that run, went to a domestic run where you got two drunk husband and wives hollering and screaming. Steve, I don't know, you know, everybody in their time in their life has tried to deal with an obnoxious drunk and how much of a pain in the butt that is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from there, I went to this, and we the husband and wife were both screaming, hollering. There's no talking to them. They're both drunk. Neither one of them put their hands on each other, thank goodness. They didn't commit a crime, so we couldn't arrest neither one of them. Didn't want to. But just dealing with that in their living room, listening to them to just go at it, and, you know, from there, about 15 minutes after I cleared that scene, got a squad run, Steve. 9-month-old baby, non-breather. Get there, the squad snatched this young infant up. Time we got to the hospital, the doctor pronounced him dead. So I had to sit in that room, an emergency room, with that 9-month-old baby for about an hour and a half, waiting for CIS in the corner to get there. They finally show up, clear that, thinking, man,
what a day.
Maybe the rest of the night. Well, maybe the rest of the night might be a little easy. And it started pouring down rain. Now it's pouring down rain. About an hour went by. Sure enough, get another call. This one's guy wants to report his figurine that was stolen out of his front yard 3 weeks ago. It was worth maybe $20, $25. But now it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. It's pouring down rain, right? And that's when he decides to call the Popo to file his report for a little figurine that was taken, 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Wow.
So I'm standing in this living room, drenched wet, because it was pouring down rain, sitting there taking the information down for the report. And after that, called it a night and went home and tried to go to sleep, Steve.
Just one day in the
guess
life.
What? I was going to call you. I was debating whether. Anyway, Steve, I told you I was off for 2 weeks. Go back to work Wednesday and Thursday of next week. Thursday is going to be, I don't want to say my last day, but I'm retiring Thursday, Steve. And we got a deal with where I work now. It's called the PRE, Post-Retirement Employment, to where I think Horse Feather was talking the other night about how departments are having so much trouble trying to hire people and find people. So we have this deal at our place where you can retire. They will hire you back. You got to take a pay cut. So it benefits the employer also. So, they're getting the price. They're paying a patrol officer's price for me now because I got to take a pay cut, and they're getting a sergeant out of it. So they come out ahead. I come out ahead because I'm working and going to start drawing a retirement check. But the best thing about this, Steve, is come May 1st, if I want, I can walk in and drop that gun belt and walk away.
Mm-hmm. So that's I'm glad I made it this far.
at least, I'm to the point where I can retire and drop that gun belt and walk away. And I don't know how these guys that I work with, they got another 10, 15 years to go. I don't know how they're going to do it, Steve.
You said last night that that your scenario is happening really all over the country, where departments are losing, those officers that have enough years in that maybe a couple years away from really retirement, maybe just going ahead and retiring anyway.
Steve, you know who departments are hiring? They're hiring from other departments. Other departments will put out postings for jobs. And 20 years ago, Coleraine Township put a posting out, Steve. There was 300 people that showed up to take that test. And that is not happening now. Cincinnati police, I took their test 30 years ago. I've been doing it 28 years, Steve. 30 years ago, I took Cincinnati. There was 3,000 people that showed up at the Cincinnati Convention Center to take that test. And now that's not happening. These other agencies that are posting for job positions will be lucky if they get 5, 10 applications.
Wow.
The smaller departments.
Mm-hmm.
Where before it was several hundred, and now they're hiring other officers from other departments. Maybe for whatever reason, the officers aren't happy with the department they're working. They go to another department, maybe make a few more bucks an hour. Maybe they got a better work schedule, whatever.
Is it the current environment, the current climate in the country that's this anti-police mentality, and you can't do anything right? You're up to potentially be sued or going to prison for just doing your job. Is that pushing you to feel like it's time to get out of it? It's time to be done.
A perfect example is what just happened. See, here you got a heroic officer that under extraordinary stress, Steve. Until you've been in situations like that, it's hard to explain to people, until you've been in situations like that, the tunnel vision you get. Steve, I've been shot at, and I'm telling you, I had my rifle on some guy one time, and it was real close. He's in his house shooting out the windows at us, and I come real close. And I'll tell you what, there could have been a pink elephant sitting on his porch, and I wouldn't have seen it. You get so focused, so tunnel vision, your heart rate goes up to over 200 beats a minute. A caller called in the other night saying, "How can you mistake a taser for a gun?"
Mm-hmm.
And when you're all sitting here in normal situations, you think to yourself, how the hell can you mistake a taser for a gun? Well, when you're all in normal, your heart rate's not pumped up, you're not under extraordinary stress. It is kind of hard to comprehend how you can do that. But when officers know, even some officers can be like, man, how the hell did she do that? But I'm telling you, when you get in them situations, we go to the range and we draw our firearms probably 200 times for every one time we shoot that taser, because them cartridges are expensive. Last year when I qualified, I probably shot 250 rounds, and I shot the taser twice because we got 2 cartridges in that taser. That was it. So in situations like that, sometimes your brain's saying, I need to pull my taser, right? But you're so used to pulling that gun, it's kind of like a muscle memory type thing. It's hard to explain. But it can happen, and unfortunately it happens, man. And we're asked to do extraordinary things in extraordinary circumstances, and God forbid we make a mistake, and now you're subject to go to prison because of it. Every cop out here, if there's a bad cop, he does something really bad, hey, it's on him, man. Somebody talked about an OVI the other night where a cop crashed and hurt somebody. Maybe even he was a fatal, but they turned their backs on it. See, that doesn't happen nowadays, man. I'm telling you right now, if it's somebody even I work with crashes his car and hurts somebody, sorry about his luck. He made that decision. That's all my rant for tonight, Steve. I'll get off of here and let somebody else get on here with a lot more smarts than I do.
Great to hear from you, Pappy. Thanks for checking in, and 28 years worth of that, I guess. And it's just, some days are better than others. And my son can tell me the same sort of scenarios. Yeah, he actually makes it sound like he doesn't like it when there's nothing really going on because the hours just drag on. But you don't want to find yourself on those scenes where, you got a dead baby and those kind of things. That leaves a mark on you.
Yeah. Steve, we see things that sometimes human beings just shouldn't have to see. But, we deal with it. Sometimes we laugh because, if you don't laugh, you're going to cry, man, and we get hard. And that's probably one big mistake. We're expected to be these hard asses, when we're just normal people like everybody else.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Well, thanks to you, Pappy. Have a great weekend. I'll chat with you next week. And what can I say? Who wants to follow that? Whoever would like to follow that, feel free to dial us up because we've got clean lines, right? But a day in the life. Who was it? Rick just said, my mom always said, if you haven't walked in the other man's shoes, don't comment on their job. That is correct. Several people said, thank you. Thank you, Pappy. Thank you for what you do and for all the law enforcement community out there. It's 844-844-3388. All right, we'll come back with some other industry headlines. I did mention at the onset of the program, we've got forecasters given a very, very early advance notice of possibly some impending severe weather here coming up toward midweek, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. And we'll break that down for you. Meanwhile, again, lines available at 844-844-3388. Great to have you with us here on a Friday. Getting set for the weekend. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The funeral for Daunte Wright was held in Minneapolis. He's the black man that was shot and killed by a police officer last week. His mother is Katie Wright.
I never imagined that I'd be standing here. The roles should completely be reversed. My son should be burying me.
The police officer, Kim Potter, is now charged with manslaughter. Benjamin Crump, the family attorney, says the officer should face more serious charges.
If she saw your child, Katie, like she saw her child, then I do not think she would have even reached for a taser, much less a gun.
The police chief in Minneapolis says Potter, who has since resigned, claims she meant to pull her taser instead of her gun. This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll pick it up right there here on a Friday. Good to have you with us. Getting ready for the weekend. Yeah, right on the heel of Pappy's call. Brian says, "Yeah, never forget. Yeah, all these Democrats for defunding the police. Then they act like they love them when they use them for a prop for the Capitol Police funerals. These leftist politicians are shameless." Timothy says, "I was an officer in the Army and in Michigan, and I know those feelings. I'm now a retired driver." There you go. Michigan Man. Hope you all have a great weekend. Hoping for warmer weather, and God bless all the brave men and women in law enforcement out there. Very good. Thank you very much. Hey, who's next up here? Well, how about it? Good morning, Larry. Thanks for dialing us back up.
Yeah, I had to after listening to Pappy, and I wanted to say to him congratulations on his retirement, because that's a lot of years. And the point I heard him making loud and clear was you get wore down, you get beat down on a job because you see so much stuff, so much negative. Nobody calls, "Hey, have a police officer come over," because I want to thank him. Have a police officer stop by, I want to give them a soda on a hot day. I want to give them an iced tea. They don't call on those days. They call on their worst day when something in their life is jacked up and they need a police officer to come and save the day. And unfortunately, take the situation where the girl was shot, wielding the knife. And Pappy is 1,000% on target. You can go to the range all you want, practice firing the weapon. City of Cincinnati has what's called a FATS machine. That is a simulation of, you're exercising, you're doing a lot of stuff, you're getting your heart rate up. And then all of a sudden you go into the video room to where there's a scenario going on and you're in these shoot, don't shoot situations. Now, those are as real as they can possibly make them, but they're not real. They're not the real deal where you have humans that are encroaching on your space, where you have humans that are out of control, you're breathing their air, and they're being confrontational to you. Now, like Pappy, of course, he's got many more hours on the job than I did, but nevertheless, my 15 years, I saw similar situations that he talked about, a day in the life. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. And then here's the tough thing. Then you go home and your wife says, well, how was work today? You really don't want to know. No, tell me what's going on. You relive it and you get judged a lot of times. Well, you should have done this, you should have done that, even at home. And that becomes a basis for a lot of divorce situations in the police world. It's traditionally pretty high frequency of divorce. The other scenario is PTSD. And, we just talked about that recently, but PTSD is alive and well. When you're dealing with the stuff that you're dealing with, all the negatives of society, and then you go home and, hey, why aren't we going out to eat tonight? Or when are you going to cut the grass? Sometimes you're just not ready to hear that. So imagine 28 years, what he saw. Now, he mentioned Coleraine Township. Yes, sir, I was a Coleraine Township cop. I remember clearly whenever we had an opening, there was plenty of applicants. By and large, veteran police officers who want to stay on the job are going to the smaller communities where things typically don't happen the same way they do in the big cities. Now, I was a cop in Green Hills when a guy pulled a gun on another officer, Walt Anderson. Never forget this as long as I live. I had split seconds to decide whether I was going to shoot the guy in the back because he was wielding a gun towards another police officer. And when I finally yelled, drop the effing gun the third time, and I'm telling you, my adrenaline was pumping, he dropped the gun. John McDaniels from Springfield Township had just rolled up. He was able to take the suspect to the ground. But you talk about emotions. I went over and took my fist and I struck the top of his car because I was so fired up. I came so close to shooting that man. And it was crazy because it was over nothing more than urinating behind a business called Never on Sunday in Green Hills. That was it. He was wielding that gun for that stupid reason. So Pappy and everybody else doing that job for that long, congratulations. Thank you, Pappy, for a job well done.
Thank you, Larry. Thanks for calling back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have a great weekend, and thanks for your service as well. Don't know, how many years did he say how many years he was out there? All right, very, very good. Okay, here we go. Looking ahead to next week, let's break it down for you. Forecasters monitoring for a potential severe weather outbreak in the southern U.S. Tuesday, Wednesday, that could see significant threats to life and property. The severe dangers next week arrive right around a time when they may already be triggering for millions that could be affected. Part of the outbreak could overlap with the 10-year anniversary of the super tornado outbreak of 2011. an infamous event that spawned hundreds of tornadoes and claimed hundreds of lives across the South. Once again, all the ingredients come together for severe weather. A strong storm system shifts into the region as a robust jet stream hovers overhead. Big dips in the jet stream often occur during April. It's an active month for severe weather, which in turn helps provide that extra energy for big thunderstorms and severe outbreaks to ignite. Another reason for severe weather typically ramps up in April is the fact that major surges of warm, moist air from the Gulf of Mexico collide with lingering chilly air across the north. Right now, tornadoes are pacing well below normal for the month of April. It's actually a departure from the trend we saw in February and March, which unleashed devastation and deadly rounds of severe weather and tornadoes. The setup meteorologists are nervously watching for the first part of next week involves a major undulation in the jet stream that's going to result in a big surge of warm air over the central and eastern states. At the same time, that's going to allow chilly air to settle over the west. You get the contrast zone between those two air masses. The jet stream's going to scream overhead, and plenty of wind energy and a sweep of dry air. All the ingredients coming in line for a severe weather outbreak in the Central Plains Tuesday afternoon and evening, according to AccuWeather. A return of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, lots of instability in the atmosphere, a press of dry air from the deserts, and interaction from fronts, as well as speed and directional shear. Differing wind speeds at different levels of the atmosphere. That's the setup for tornadoes. The weather setup appears to be straight out of the playbook, they say, for a major severe weather event. Wind shear. Wind speed increases substantial from the ground into the lower part of the atmosphere. And, of course, big gusts can occur in storms. You get the change in the wind direction, and then you've got tornadoes. All forms of severe weather, including tornadoes, very large hail, torrential rain, frequent lightning appear to be likely for Tuesday. The ultimate determining factor may be the amount of sunshine that comes into play. Warmth from the sun, where clouds are absent much of the day, makes the atmosphere much more ripe for severe weather versus cloudy conditions that kind of suppresses the temperature. Right now, it looks like the first and perhaps some of the biggest storms in this setup will erupt in Oklahoma, western and central Texas, central and southeastern Kansas on Tuesday afternoon. That zone includes a portion of what they call Tornado Alley, a zone that's often the target of violent storms over decades, stretching from Texas all the way up to South Dakota. Storms are going to carry on further to the east Tuesday night into portions of Texas, western Arkansas, western Missouri. However, the threat for severe weather and potentially violent storms will not end Tuesday night. Wednesday, the weather is going to focus over the middle and lower portions of the Mississippi Valley to the northwestern part of the Gulf Coast. Severe weather Wednesday will be a bit more conditional based on the eastward progress of the storms from Tuesday night. However, these are the folks that need to be watching. Des Moines, Iowa, Chicago to Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Houston, Texas. That's the zone that may be in the bullseye. So the severe weather anticipated early next week. Again, coinciding with the 10th anniversary of the super outbreak of 2011. Storm that killed 321 people, injured nearly 3,000 people. If you can't recall, at least 350 tornadoes were spawned in that super outbreak, including 4 EF5 twisters, the strongest on the scale. The strongest of these storms struck the Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, Alabama areas, winds at 210 miles per hour. During that outbreak, severe storms occurred stretching from Texas all the way to New York and Pennsylvania. So that 2011 super outbreak was centered significantly further east when compared to the setup for Tuesday and Wednesday. However, the setup early next week could be very similar to what we saw back on April 13th through the 16th of 2012. That tornado outbreak was centered on the Great Plains. That produced more than 100 tornadoes, with the strongest being an EF4 tornado. That particular tornado was on the ground for 40 miles and affected areas from Lyons to Salina, Kansas in 2012. All right, so again, there's early warning, but kind of sounding the alarm, throwing up the flags, brush up, have your tornado shelters and everything, know where you're going to go. If you're out and about, have a plan in place. All right, let's get back to our calls at 844-844-3388. Eagle, yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to get back in, talk about Pappy. Hopefully he's still listening, because I know he used to call in to your old show and he used to always ask about me, and I appreciate that. I appreciate his service. And like I said before, he said, you know, like I said in my earlier phone call, he said what I've been saying. Pretty soon, Steve, they're gonna have to beg people to be police officers at this point. You know, he's talking about 3,000 people used to show up for a police job fair. Now, I don't know anybody in their right mind. If I was looking for a job right now, let me ask you this question, Steve. If I was looking for a job right now, police officer would be one of the last ones I put on my list. What you think about that?
You know, obviously, just as Pappy said, if you're lucky to get a half dozen people that are willing to apply versus hundreds, 10, 15 years ago, I can't imagine. In this particular atmosphere, you're 100% correct.
That's what I'm saying. That would be one of the last jobs I would apply for right now at this point. Like I said, they're in a very bad situation. Then you got the president of the United States of America. You know, Pappy didn't say nothing about that in some of the other calls. You got the president of the USA. Like I said, he's nothing but a Barack Obama. I don't know why people are so surprised, Steve, what the things that Joe Biden is doing. He's nothing. He was in the White House with Barack Obama for 8 years. He's doing the exact same thing Obama was doing. And like I say, the American people, whoever voted, the people that voted for Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of themselves, because they already knew. It's like opening up a president and you already know what's in it. That's basically what it was with Joe Biden. I already knew the guy was no good, was going to be a disaster, because he was a disaster with Barack Obama. Like I said, he's nothing but an instigator. The same thing Barack Obama did when we had these shootings of Mike Brown and Trayvon Martin and all these other people, you know, where Obama was trying to vilify the police department as the bad guy and this and that. And Joe Biden's doing the same exact thing, and he's only making the situation worse. That's why you got people like LeBron James and other athletes that are trying. Greg Popovich with the San Antonio Spurs, he's another guy that flaps his mouth way too much. But like I said before, like I told you a couple of years ago, Steve, all these people that say they hate the police so much, guess who they dial up? Guess who they dial up? Them two girls that was fighting in Columbus, Ohio with the knives. Guess who called up 911? Who called the police to even show up to that house? They called the police. So all these people that say that they hate the police so much, just think about that when you say you hate the police. Whose number you gonna dial up when you got an emergency, Mr. LeBron James? That's the question I'd like to ask LeBron James. Who you gonna call up, LeBron James, when you got an emergency in your family? I wonder who he gonna call. But let me say this right quick, Steve. I want to talk about this situation in Chicago. You know, because this is another person I'm fed up with. This Mayor Lightfoot of Chicago. she had the nerve to try to run her mouth after this 13-year-old boy was killed last week. Chicago has been out of control. Chicago has been out of control even before Trump was in the White House. Goes all the way back to Barack Obama, and they've done absolutely nothing about it. Just this past week, Steve, I think it was a 6-year-old girl was shot in the drive-through window of in her car. They said there was over 45 bullets that were fired into this vehicle. Her father was a gang member, and it was some kind of gang retaliation. Over 45 bullets were shot into this vehicle. The girl was hit out on the 7 to 8 times. The girl is dead at this point. And the mayor of Chicago got the nerve to talk bad about the police because they shot this 13-year-old boy that was running from the police. Plus, he had a gun. Plus, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, but she only wants to focus on the police shooting this young 13-year-old boy. Why don't she focus on all the gang violence that's taking place in Chicago? Just like I said, when a 6-year-old girl is gunned down in a McDonald's drive-thru. So the mayor of Chicago, you have absolutely nothing to say, zero, because you have done nothing about the crime rate in Chicago. Chicago is the crime city of the United States. Or more. We talked about this before, Steve. More people are killed in Chicago than are killed in a war zone, Afghanistan and Pakistan. We got more dead bodies in Chicago on a weekend than you have in a war zone. So the mayor of Chicago, she has absolutely nothing to say. The only thing she can do at this point is resign in disgrace because she's definitely not doing her job. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Hey, thanks for checking back in, Eagle. two good calls from Eagle. All right, well, supposedly next week, or here in the coming days, what is it? I don't think he did anything yesterday. Yeah, Joe Biden's going to unveil some reforms for law enforcement around the country is what the way they put it. And it looks like this past day, they say this will be his first address to Congress as commander-in-chief next Wednesday. But according to the New York Post, an increasing number of Republicans appear poised to miss it. The timing's a big part of the issue. Wednesday, the Senate will be back in session, but the House will not. Many members of the lower chamber back home in their districts are taking part in community work virtually. They find themselves kind of in a bind. Logistics for the speech were being laid out by Nancy Pelosi. Several Republican lawmakers have asked her to reconsider a time when both the Senate and the House will be in session. New York Post reports Representative Claudia Tenney wrote a letter to Pelosi about the timing. She asked that Pelosi allow all members to attend instead of inviting only some from each party in the name of pandemic-appropriate social distancing. She says, in our nation's history, it is unprecedented to convene a joint session of Congress such as this without extending an invitation to all members of Congress. We understand we need to prioritize the safety of members and believe strongly that with the right precautions and social distances, we can measure a space to accommodate almost 1,000 individuals. All right, 1,000 individuals that can operate at like 50% capacity, which would accommodate all members of the House and Senate who attend. Supposedly, invites are being distributed evenly between Democrats and Republicans, and they're being doled out by the leader of each caucus, according to one official. What's more, there was a news report this week that a considerable number of lawmakers asked if they wanted to attend, said no, or did not offer any answer at all. Okay. We'll see how many show up for that, but okay, what are we looking at? About 5 before the hour, and get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning again, Steve. I want to thank those two police officers that called in before Eagle. I want to thank them for their service. They both sound like really good police officers, and whatever department they work for, they're going to be missed. And I think they're going to be missed by their community.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame that the police nowadays are forced to retire. I got a close little Irish buddy. He's been a sheriff in Illinois for the last 20 years, and he's done. He's retiring at the end of the year. He can't take it anymore. His hands are tied and can't do his job, and he's just tired of it. And like Pappy said, he became hard, to a lot of things that he's seen. One of the things that Pappy commented on that I want to bring up was that muscle memory thing. How he was talking about how he shoots, pulls his firearm 250 times and only pulls the taser out twice. That's a muscle memory thing. That's knowing where your weapon is, where you don't have to look. You just go for it. And I understand what he's talking about, and this doesn't have anything to do with police work. This has to do with truck driving. I've been driving a Freightliner pretty much all the time, and my truck went down last week, and I've driven a Volvo quite a bit, but it's been, a few months. I got in this Volvo, I went to start it, and I reached down with my left hand to start it like I'm starting a Freightliner, and I'm like, where's the key? Oh, the key's in the
Sure.
by the steering wheel. So, even the air brakes, I go to set the air brakes, and they're not in the same spot. They're up high, and on the Freightliner, they're down low. And so I know exactly, what he's talking about. I'm sure everybody that's, driving a truck has been through that. If they get in a different vehicle, they're reaching for the air brakes, and they're not there. So I really feel bad for that police officer in Minnesota. I really do, because I think that was a terrible mistake that she made, but it wasn't done on purpose. It was an accident.
Yeah.
I really believe that. And like he said, you pull that weapon out 250 times, and you think you're pulling out your taser, but, the muscle memory in your brain just pulls the gun instead. And it's sad that kid had to die, but, he put himself in that situation, Steve. The guy was a criminal. He was wanted on firearm charges. He didn't show up for court. I mean, what did he expect? That the cops are just going to let him drive away?
Exactly.
But speaking of the police, Eagle just brought it up in Chicago. Did you see that article I sent you about what Lori Lightfoot wants to do, changing police policy? I guess you have to get on the phone and call her before you get on a foot chase, chasing a felon down the street.
I saw that. When you talk about military activities, and like over the years we talked about what's going on in Iraq, what was going on in Afghanistan, where the rules of engagement, as they called it, where you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't draw your gun if they don't have their gun raised at you, or if they don't shoot first, the insanity. This is kind of what they're getting to in law enforcement. You got to get permission if you're going to chase a suspect on foot. What the hell are they talking about?
Exactly. It's lunacy. It's absolutely, you have to be a lunatic to come up with something like that. These officers, they're out there, making split-second decisions, and all of a sudden a guy with a gun jumps out of the car. Just let him go. We better call the mayor first before we start chasing this guy. I mean, that's lunacy. It really is. I don't know.
I guess this is her knee-jerk reaction to the foot pursuit of the 13-year-old a few days ago that ended up getting shot. Right? They're saying, "All right, well, so we're not gonna let officers pursue a suspect on foot." So all the gang members have to do is just take off running. See you later, cop. Bye.
Yep. Take off running, and they're back in the neighborhood. Killing somebody. Killing somebody else. Killing another 7-year-old girl. But like I said, I feel bad for that officer in Minnesota. She does not deserve to go to prison over this. But the mob will be out there. That reprobate lawyer that represented George Floyd, that Crump, he's representing this family now. So why don't you give them $20 million? That's another thing, that pisses me off. These families don't deserve $20 million because their criminal brother or father or whatever it was, got shot by police. They put themselves in that situation. Yeah, should they have died? No. But they put themselves in that situation. And they're rewarded $20 million. So now this guy's going to be fighting for that Daunte Wright, for his family to get $20 million. And what does that tell the jury? Well, she must be guilty if they're giving him $20 million.
Exactly.
It just doesn't make any sense, Steve. It's complete lunacy what's going on in this country now. But anyway, thanks to Pappy and that other gentleman, man. You guys sound like great people, and I will always defend the police. I don't care what these reprobates talk about. Their racist narrative. So that's all I got.
Hey, Steve.
Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You do the same. Yeah, thank you very much. You got plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-3388. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The funeral for Daunte Wright was held in Minneapolis. He's the black man that was shot and killed by a police officer last week. His mother is Katie Wright.
I never imagined that I'd be standing here. The roles should completely be reversed. My son should be burying me.
The police officer, Kim Potter, is now charged with manslaughter. Benjamin Crump, the family attorney, says the officer should face more serious charges.
If she saw your child, Katie, like she saw her child, then I do not think she would have even reached for a taser, much less a gun.
The police chief in Minneapolis says Potter, who has since resigned, claims she meant to pull her taser instead of her gun. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size, only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
After a flurry of violence against Asians, which was spurred on by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Senate has passed an anti-Asian hate crime bill. USA Radio Network's Tim Berg has more.
A bill confronting hate crimes against Asian Americans is moving to the House after passage in the Senate.
On this vote, the yeas are 94, the nays are 1. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill as amended is passed.
The White House strongly supports the bill. Hate crimes against Asian Americans have risen sharply since the coronavirus came out of China. Hate crimes against Asian Americans taking place in such cities as Seattle, Washington, Philadelphia, and New York, which are all run by Democrats.
The governor of Kansas, Laura Kelly, vetoed a bill that would have banned transgender athletes from girls' and women's school sports. A similar bill that was vetoed by North Dakota's governor was overridden by lawmakers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it, USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The House has voted along party lines to pass a bill that would make Washington, D.C. the 51st state, sending it to the Senate for consideration. It's the second time in as many years that the lower chamber passed a D.C. statehood bill, this time by a vote of 216 to 208. Next, the bill is likely to get a committee hearing in the Senate, but the Democratic-backed proposal needs 10 Republicans to support it for the bill to receive a floor vote. The House Oversight Committee approved the bill earlier this month. Those who favor D.C. statehood say the district has 700,000 residents, which is more than both Wyoming and Vermont, yet they're not represented with voting members in Congress. Also, the D.C. population is comprised mostly of people of color. They also say it's time to give them adequate representation on Capitol Hill. Opponents argue that the bill is a power grab since the district is largely Democratic. If the Senate passed the bill, it would head to President Joe Biden, who has already indicated he would sign it. A letter from 22 Republican state attorneys general to Biden earlier this month said the U.S. Constitution gives Congress authority over Washington, D.C., and that the only way to grant it statehood would be to pass a constitutional amendment. Remember, you can listen to past and current news anytime you want on our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur
is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret, it takes Shot Secret. Everyday diesel treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. And yes, there are lines available here on a Friday. Underway, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast here. Welcome into a Friday, 23rd day of April. Hope you've had a good week. It's been nice and toasty warm for folks out there on the West Coast this week, hadn't it? Got our racing action at Sacramento Raceway Park there with Hot Shot Secret, the debut Hole Shot Series, as they call it. Of course, it's that time of the morning we typically talk about some things going on in space. Heat wave. I know he's back at the Hacienda, as he calls it, for a few days. Probably not listening. Last night he was asking, though, about the helicopter on Mars. And kind of inquired. He said, well, okay, since they did got it 10 feet off the ground and it was able to land, is that what we spent $85 million on? And I said, well, no. That was just a test to see if they could actually get the thing to lift off on the surface of Mars with such a thin atmosphere. I did not realize at the time that the second test of that helicopter was slated for this past day. And it was indeed successful. NASA's Little Mars helicopter aced the second test flight Thursday, soaring higher and longer than before. The 4-pound chopper hovered and also flew side to side this time, according to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. It achieved the intended altitude of 16 feet this time and accelerated sideways like 7 feet. This particular hop, as they call it, lasted 52 seconds, about 13 seconds longer than the first attempt. Go big or go home, JPL tweeted and announcing the news on Earth Day. Just 3 days after the Ingenuity made the first powered flight by an aircraft on another planet. Just as the case was several days earlier, flight controllers had to wait 4 hours before learning Thursday's outcome, like they did back on Monday's hop. This time, they sent back a black and white photo showing the shadow against the dusty, rock-strewn surface, which they're calling the Wright Brothers Field. It sounds simple, but there's a lot of unknowns regarding how to fly a helicopter on Mars, according to Ingenuity's chief pilot. That's why we're here, to make these unknowns known. The biggest challenge, of course, is the atmosphere, 1% of that here on the Earth. From this point, NASA plans on 3 more test flights in the next week and a half, venturing higher each time and more complicated acrobatics with each of those test flights. We've got 2 flights under our belts. That means there's still a lot to learn during this month of ingenuity. Okay. So that's how it stands. Test flight number 2. So it's gonna be busy next week and a half with the helicopter on Mars. Once they go through those other 3 test flights, I think at that point the actual rover, which is kind of like in the background filming, watching what's going on with the helicopter, they begin then taking the rover out to begin exploring the landscape, kind of acting like a robot geologist, searching for rocks, actually drilling into or breaking open rocks to bring to set aside samples to be brought back to the Earth on a future mission. That's the plan, anyway. All right, Philip, welcome in. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, bud. Hey, just think about this. They actually also found oxygen up there. Did you hear about that one?
I know. I did see that they were able to, because, I mean, there's not a lot of oxygen. They were able to actually, separate the equivalent of, 10 minutes worth of oxygen for an astronaut? Something like that?
Yeah, they said the rover had it set up to where it could separate the material and get oxygen out of it. So they said that's looking really good if they want to make propellant or if they want to get oxygen for humans up there. Are you excited about today's launch, Steve?
What's the update? Is it still on? I had that one I hadn't even checked on. The countdown clock ticking for 5:49, I think it was. Is that?
Yeah, 5:49. That's a Crew 2 one. I'll tell you an interesting fact about that one, and it was just brought up the other day. A lot of people don't know it. Do you know Megan MacArthur, the crew member that's on that mission? Have you heard of her?
And it's her husband that's going to be going on this mission, correct?
No. She's going on this mission.
Oh, she's going on this.
She's going to ride in this. She's riding in the same seat her husband rode in when he went up on the demo too.
Okay, so he went first, and she's going up. I knew there was a husband and wife that were going to going to make back to back. That's how incredible is that? I guess the astronauts met there at NASA or something.
Well, it's funny. He made the statement after they landed and they were, and doing the post-flight interviews and whatnot. He said, "Well, it's my turn to be Mr. Mom," because he said that he's going to take care of their child while she's up there. She took care of the child when he was up there. He said, "It's time for me to be Mr. Mom." So he's going to be mom and dad while she's up there. I think she's going to be up there for 6 months. You were talking about the amount of crew that's up there. I actually found out the other day there's going to be 11 of them up there.
Okay.
When it's said and done. They actually brought 3 back last weekend. So that Soyuz got up there, and then they brought 3 back down with another Soyuz that landed in Russia. So that's the amount of people that are going to be up there when they get up there.
Okay.
So it's going to be a quick turnaround, and they've already got all the ships and everything out. The recovery ships that are out there now are going to be the ones that are actually, as far as the emergency stuff, are going to be the ones that bring back the crew that's up there at the station right now. So when they're going to stay out, they're not going to come in. They're going to be out there in case this one has an accident.
But if it doesn't, then they're going to go out and retrieve that crew and bring it back. So it's pretty interesting. You know, the ships they had for the fairings that they used to catch the fairings on like a net? Did you ever see those?
That I did not, no.
Well, they had a ship. They had two ships. They were kind of weird looking. I seen them at Port Canaveral. They had like a big giant net on the back of them, and the fairing, the very top that covers the top of the rocket when they shoot satellites, that fairing pops off, and they would recover it, you know, because it's a considerable amount of money to make that fairing. Well, they had this ship that would catch it in a net. Well, now they've got rid of that ship. They've come down to the conclusion it's too dangerous to catch it in the net. Plus, they missed it a few times. It's just easier to let it fall in the water. And the same ship that they're using to recover the capsules with, they're going to recover those fairings with. They're going to pull them out of the water with that ship. So, I mean, they're using it, you know, every means they can. They're breaking it down. Musk is really watching his pennies on these flights and everything. I mean, it's crazy. If they can pull this off, what they're doing today, and get them up there safely and get all that vehicle returned and turned back around, they're saving a ton of money that way.
Now, this is the first time.
Impressive.
This is going to be the first time they're reusing, I believe, like with the booster or whatever, to launch humans into space. Is that correct?
Yes, the booster they're using today was the booster they used to launch the last humans into space, the Crew 1. So you had the demo flights to start with. You had Demo 1, which was unmanned. You had Demo 2, which had Megan MacArthur's husband, Bob Bankin, on it. And then the Crew 1 was actually the first crew mission. That went up about 6 months ago. Now, the booster that was used in that mission is the one they're using today for this mission. So they recovered it, went through it, redid everything, and turned it around, and now they've got it going out on this one. And if they can do that, and also the capsule that they're using today is one that they used in the demo mission, which was, you know, the first human demo mission. That one, if they turn that around, that'll be amazing too. It's pretty cool stuff what they're doing. I mean, that's unheard of. NASA never really did that at all.
Yeah.
NASA never really. The closest thing that NASA ever did turning around a vehicle was the solid rocket boosters on the shuttle. That was probably the closest thing of any part of the vehicle other than the orbiter that they could turn around. You know, they could reuse over and over again. But Musk, he can use those rockets. He's had them go up to 10 times on one of those boosters. And that's a lot. That's a lot when you look at how much it costs to build one of those things. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a lot. And the Starship is going to be that's going to be the deal. If he can get it to land right and without having any problems, he's in good shape. I haven't been watching too much on the Starship stuff here lately, but 15 is out on the pad as far as I know. They haven't launched it yet, but I got a feeling it's going to be launching pretty soon, because I got a text from a buddy of mine the other day out there that said that they were going to be they're putting on the new engines. So when they take it out to the pad on that crawler, it doesn't have the engines in it on those. They put the engines in right when they get ready, close to being ready to launch. Musk is changing those engines out constantly, those Raptor engines on that Starship. So, but I want to thank Pappy and the other guy as far as coming on, and we need law enforcement. I know it's hard right now with law enforcement. They're going through a lot. I appreciate what your son's doing. It's a bad situation right now to be a law enforcement officer. The big thing that I'm seeing out of this whole deal is situational awareness. The older officers that have been around for a long time have done it. They know what to do. They know how to evaluate the situation, but it's a different deal now than it used to be. And Steve was talking about Chicago earlier. To clean Chicago up, it would take a military to clean Chicago up. It's so crazy out there. I lived up there for 12 years. I know what it's about. And Chicago, that whole side of the lake over there, from Chicago all the way to Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana was a beautiful town. It looks like, you ever seen the pictures of Beirut, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Back in the day?
Yeah.
All right. Gary, Indiana, in one time was amazing city, beautiful city, unbelievable. But when I left up there in 2002. Gary, Indiana looked like Beirut. And that was just from all the crap happening on the street.
Wow.
And it's a damn shame that a city, a beautiful city that thrived for many years, and it's still thriving, but it's just amazing that it looks like something out of Beirut. Chicago, there's parts of Chicago that look that way on the south side. If you want to do research, and I know Steve knows this place, if he lives up there, he knows about Cabrini Green. Cabrini Green was crazy. And that was a big housing complex that was buildings. It got so bad that they tore it down. And they didn't want to build the buildings up high anymore because guys were snipering off of the buildings. That's how bad it was up there. So, I mean, it's a sad situation. And did you see the article I sent you about Brevard County?
Was that this morning or yesterday?
That was yesterday.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I did get that about the whole law enforcement thing.
Yeah. They're not going to charge the officer for shooting those two kids down here. Those kids were going to run over them with a car.
Yep.
And these were teenagers. Now, I know I heard in the news break there that Crump guy talking about what would you do if that was your baby? Would you shoot at it? I'm going to tell you what. I don't care what anybody says. These guys need to do what you're told to do, whether you like it or not. There's sometimes in life you don't like what you're doing, but you're told to do something, but you know what? You do it anyway. And that's what you need to do when you're with law enforcement. If they tell you to back up. You do whatever they tell you to do. That when they get defiant, that's when it goes downhill, and that's when something happens. So, well, that's all I got today, bud. You keep it between the spotted and the solid. That's all my baloney. I'll see you later, senor, and thank you for my call.
There you go. Covered those bases. That's right. Okay, so that clears things out. We got open lines, clear lines, wide open here on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. Jump on in here. Before we hit the top of the hour news break, yes, we were talking about if you feel like law enforcement kind of have their hands tied behind their back at this point. Here's the latest scoop out of Chicago. Here we go. Police officers in Chicago may soon require permission from a supervisor before pursuing a suspect on foot, according to Mayor Lori Lightfoot. That beautiful mayor there in Chicago. Good God, that's an ugly woman. But that's aside the point. Lightfoot promised to disclose details soon about the new police policy change. She says no one should die as a result of a foot chase. Police methods have faced new scrutiny following the release last week of the video footage from the shooting death of 13-year-old Adam Toledo, sparking new debate about police use of deadly force. So, one has to wonder, what's the point of having a police force? What is it for if a suspect can escape by just jogging away? A healthy 6-mile-per-hour jog. Basing public policy on extremely rare incidents is just bad policy, and the hysteria driving these bad policies is all being exacerbated by the media. There's something in journalism that explains just how the national news can wrap our perception of events. Man bites dog. A man biting a dog, an extremely common occurrence. Something that wouldn't be worth covering. For the same reason, car crashes don't tend to make the news, right? But a man biting a dog would be an oddity worth covering due to its rarity. Same reason that extremely rare events like plane crashes get coverage. So as a result, low probability events tend to get the most national coverage and are more likely to provoke a national political response. We can see it when it comes to gun control, regular gang shootings, 10,000 annual gun homicides. Does anybody cover it? Of course not. But you have the rare mass shooting. Usually a combined annual death toll less than 50. But that leads to mass calls for gun control. He's 100% correct. Fact of the matter is, as long as there are criminals, such as the 13-year-old who was armed and holding a gun up until the 0.8 of a second before he was shot, he had gunshot residue on his hands from an earlier shooting. He had a Latin Kings tattoo. And they interact with police. There's a guarantee that there will be police shootings. As long as they're interacting, it's going to happen. And even in such shootings, if they become rarer, as they already are, the media just simply increases attention on the few shootings that do occur to give us the perception that this is an epidemic. Yeah, we saw what happened following George Floyd, which happened a year that police killings of unarmed black men totaled 18. 18 total. Washington Post started tracking the data back in 2015, but the media presented these type of things as an increasing threat. Well, you know what? It was down 50% since they started tracking the data. All right. It is systemic police racism. That's what they tell us. Any police shooting involving a white officer and non-white suspect is now used as an excuse to push the narrative that already is set in stone. This is playing out in real time following the shooting in Columbus. NBC covered it last night, and they edited the 911 call to leave out the part where the caller says, "A girl's trying to stab us." They also didn't show the knife in the attacker's hand immediately before being shot. Yeah, you twist the narrative, and that, you know, we talked to Pappy earlier about that. There is one reason for that, to increase the anger. You don't get the full story, but what you see, you take as the gospel. You think that's the whole story, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And they're lying to you, essentially, to get you outraged, to get the masses up in arms, to get more people to support the whole ruse that taking the guns away would make things safer out there. Or, in some cases, defunding the police or police reform. It's going to make us all safer. With that, we'll get a news break. It's bottom of the hour. Our number line's available at 844-844-3388. Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Senate has passed a measure to combat the rise in anti-Asian hate crimes. Both parties came together to pass legislation sponsored by Hawaii Democrat Mazie Hirono. It's designed to address a recent surge in Asian American violence that was spurred on by the COVID-19 pandemic.
The important thing for our AAPI community is that we stand with you, and we will continue to stand with you to prevent these kinds of crimes from happening in our country.
The new legislation creates a new position at the Justice Department that focuses on reporting of anti-Asian motivated crimes. The final agreement includes compromised language from Republicans. The Biden administration has announced progress on its goals to deploy electric vehicle charging stations. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg made the announcement in observance of Earth Day. This is USA Radio News.
Are you struggling with addiction or alcohol problems? If you're depressed, drinking, and using drugs, you may need help. And the Affordable Care Act guarantees coverage of substance abuse.
I knew I could get myself out of this. I just needed some hope and some help.
I took the first step to recovery when I made the call.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
I feel like I'm losing control. I'm afraid I'll lose my job or even my family.
Call now for hope and help with proven, gentle recovery programs.
I never thought that I could be somebody who didn't drink and use drugs.
I'm in recovery, getting the help I need.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055. 800-854-1055.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I pulled up the NASA live stream. Yeah, coverage. Yeah, they've been covered for a couple of hours already. Getting the crew members all strapped in to the SpaceX Dragon, the Endeavor. Their mission will be headed up to the International Space Station. There's the countdown clock at 2 hours, 11 minutes, and some change from now, if all goes as planned. So, live astronauts being launched from U.S. territory for just the second time after years of nothing going up. We had been relying on the Russians. Now, I have to go back and see if I can find that story. I think Russia has said in recent days they're going to pull out of the International Space Station. I believe, was it 2030? It's like 9 years from now. I mean, I think it's already kind of, has the International Space Station not reached its life expectancy there? Yeah, partially because of the tension between the U.S. and Russia. I guess, that they're not wanting to work with us. And then supposedly Russia's working on their own space station of some sort. Again, I'll try to pull up that story for you here. Meanwhile, let me get back real quick to the email here. Got a chat. Tater's checking in. Tater and Sweet Pea. Hope all's well. Sweet Pea and I headed home from Skokie, Illinois. Really enjoyed the show tonight. We're going to be off till Wednesday next week. Sweet Pea's got a couple doctor's appointments Monday, Tuesday. But please thank all the police for their service out there. They are really appreciated by lots of us out here on the road. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up next week. All right, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your extended stay at home, a few days off the road. Then Pappy sent me a photograph. Yep. It's a photograph of when the verdict came down, when Officer Chauvin was convicted. Officer Chauvin immediately stood up and calmly placed his hands behind his back. Imagine where we'd be today if George Floyd had done the same thing. Yep, truer words have never been spoken. That is exactly right. We got the photograph of his lawyer standing there. Chauvin stands up, puts his hands behind the back. Deputy puts him in cuffs. He remains in solitary confinement on suicide watch, not surprisingly. You imagine a cop getting sentenced to 40 years in prison. Yeah. Now, how many days would he last in prison? All right, back to your calls here. Grasshopper, what's happening this morning?
Oh, just trucking across 24, headed toward the Hoosier out of Toledo. Hey, I was calling in to see if you knew much about that red tide in Florida. It sounded like it's coming early this year. And we always plan a vacation at the end of May, 1st of June, on that west side around Bradenton, Anna Maria Island and all that.
Yeah.
But it sounds like that red tide has come in super early this year. So we already got everything set. I don't know if I'm going to have to change my venue and maybe go to the East Coast this time. But I've never had a problem with it this time of year, but it seems like that stuff is getting more and more prevalent every year now. So I don't know what's up with that, but I didn't know if you knew much about that, what causes it, how does it go away, and it sounds like it's pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah, I know it's an annual thing, and I guess, the algae or whatever sucks all the oxygen out of the water, and then fish and whatever lives in the water starts to die. And some of them produce toxic chemicals that affects the central nervous system, whatever.
Yeah, they say it's really bad on people with health issues and asthma and all that. And I guess it must be pretty nasty, rank stuff. I don't know how it dissipates. I mean, does it have to have a storm in the area to stir up the ocean? Or?
I think that's pretty much the way it typically works. Yeah, you got to get it. It's just nature naturally, like you say, disperses it. I just did a quick search for you here, and it's, I guess, out of Tampa Bay. It is saying that first signs of the red tide have been found, like in the Tampa area, lower Tampa Bay, according to the state.
Yeah, and I know that the spill, I guess was it a phosphate holding pond or something, was leaking out into the Bay Area?
Yeah, that is correct, yes. I don't know if that would be a contributor or not.
Yeah, it sounds like they may have that under control now. I don't know, but I didn't know if Philip might know more about that, but he's probably at work now, so. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll just have to keep an eye on it the next, a few weeks. And, I mean, if it's really bad, you can't go to the ocean and enjoy the sunsets and all that,
Yeah, right. Get out in the water. You sit on the beach, but don't get out in the water, right?
I don't even know if it'd be safe to even get on the beach with the stench. I guess it's pretty powerful, I guess. But yeah, I didn't know if you knew a whole lot about it since you're, I guess you could throw that into the weather buff, I guess.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm back on Toledo. I'm glad. I just to get out of that traffic on 65 and 80-94. It's just, I'm going to say it, get away from the stupid-ass truck drivers. They can be unbearable.
All right, I'm looking here, and I'll share some of the latest with you. Just turn it up, and I'm looking at this is from the Bradenton Herald. All right, red tide is in algae bloom. Its occurrence cannot be predicted, but they can forecast the movement where it's headed. Red tide needs 3 components to form a bloom. First, the organism must be in the water. Second, it is the correct chemistry, the nutrients that it needs to grow. Third is that physical conditions have to be right in order to concentrate and transport the microscopic algae. Red or brown green water, dead fish washing up on the shore, the odor of dead fish, and respiratory irritation would be the signs of a red tide. People with underlying respiratory problems like asthma should avoid red tide areas. You can wear a mask to cover your nose and mouth if you notice or experience symptoms. Red tide produces brevotoxins that can affect the central nervous system of fish and other vertebrates, often causing death. Let's see. Waves can break open the organism's cells and release those toxins into the air that could lead to respiratory irritation. Where is it? Now, this is from like 5 or 6 days ago. It said red tide is being reported off Sarasota County beaches. How long will it last? We don't know. Red tides can go on for a few weeks or longer than a year. How long a bloom will last depends on the physical and biological conditions as well as the wind and the water currents. They can subside and reoccur. Next question is it safe to swim? According to the Florida Wildlife Commission, it is safe for most people to swim, but definitely not around dead fish. There can be irritation to skin, eyes, and respiratory system. If someone swimming does experience sign of irritation from red tide, get out of the water and wash off. Do not allow your pets to play with dead fish or foam on the beach. And wash them as soon as possible if they happen to swim in red tide waters. What is being done? As of now, there's no practical way to control or kill the blooms. Any potential control methods would have to kill the organism and get the toxins it produces out of the water without harming the environment. So far, nothing has worked. However, they are developing and looking at different technologies. All right, yeah, but when they get those red tides, it can, I'm looking at some of the pictures, thousands of dead fish floating in the water there. Nasty stuff, huh? All right, back to the calls here. Hope that helps answer your question there. Big Moose, good morning.
Hey, morning, bud. Back again. Sorry about that call earlier. I was just wanting to throw that at you before I had to get down to business there. Going back to the post office, though, you want to talk about an organization that needs some reform. You know, they've still got laws on the books that fully pertain to the post office that go all the way back to the Pony Express. You know, like a postman, if he's got one stitch of mail on him, he's got right away over fire, police, and ambulance. Don't matter who's dying, what's on fire, what's going down. The mailman's got the right of way.
Huh?
You know, as long as that postal worker's got one piece of mail on his person, ain't no such thing as trespassing. He got the right to go anywhere he wants to go, as long as that mail is going through. So, you know, if he wants to cut across your property or whatever, you know, if he's in the process of delivering mail, he's got every right to do that. And they'll throw your butt in jail for 6 months if you try to stop it. You know, but that's just like human remains. Let's say you got a relative dies out west or something, you need to have the remains shipped back. You can't ship it no other way except the United States Post Office. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Because if something happens, you can't sue them. Ain't nothing you can do to them. UPS won't take cremains. FedEx won't take them. You have to ship them via the U.S. mail or go get them yourself. Because that's the reason they do that. Because if they get lost in transport or something damages to them or happen, there ain't anything you can do to them about it. You know, it's like dealing with the ultimate mob, you know. I mean, and, you know, that's why it didn't surprise me a bit when they decided to utilize those postal inspectors. I don't think people realize the depth of immunity that particular branch of the government has, you know. They are a direct executive branch of the United States government. They've got more authority in most cases than most of the, you know, FBI and all of them guys do, you know. But nobody thinks of them.
Well, you know what, Big Moose? It's all news to me. I had no idea. I wasn't aware of that. Did not realize.
Well, I had a good friend of mine who was a postmaster. Now they call him a station manager for Montgomery County, Ohio, years ago. And they like I said, they've got laws still on the books, still 100% enforceable. They go all the way back to the Pony Express. And do you know when the United States Postal Inspection Service, do you know how long they've been around?
How long?
1775. 1775. So this ain't a new group of thugs. These are some old players in the game. And believe me, these cats know every loophole in and out, upside down, sideways, transparent, whatever. They know how to do it. So, yeah, everybody, it'd be do yourself a favor, and everybody educate yourself on these cats because they're not to be played with. This ain't everybody thinks of the post office. They think of the poor bumbling fool trying to get letters in the mailbox and getting bit by the poodle dog,
Mm-hmm.
Now these guys are some heavy cats, buddy. I mean, they got it down. So, yep. Like I said, they play by a whole other set of rules because they probably, I don't know for a fact if they're the oldest, but they're definitely one of the oldest institutions in this country.
I'll be darned. Oh, boy. What? I'm going to have to do a little research and get my education, Big Moose.
Yeah. Well, another thing, too, here real quick. Did you hear on the news break where they vetoed that bill banning the transgender sports players?
I did not catch that. Nope, I missed it.
Yeah. They done vetoed that bill, so it's perfectly legal. So here's the deal. I done got the costume made up as Betty the Bush Hog. We get Horsey the Brain Feathers to get his duct tape and his pool noodle, and we're going to hit the road. Hell with this trucking business. We're going to make us some serious coin.
Oh, my. That's it. Boy, that's made for television stuff. I'm telling you that. Pay-per-view.
Pay-per-view, buddy. Oh, another thing, too. I hate to get petty on this, but Philip's up to 23 cents now. He owes me in royalties because he's used my catchphrase twice.
Okay. All right.
All right, well, behave, keep it tricks and spotted to solid, have a fine weekend, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
All right, there you go. Have a great weekend, Big Moose. All right, here's another of our Dumbass of the Week nominees. Let's head on up to New Hampshire. One New Hampshire family's gender reveal party was definitely a blast. Kingston police say they received reports of a loud explosion that could be heard in several towns and as far away as Massachusetts. They responded to Teramo Quarry, where they found people who acknowledged they were holding a gender reveal party involving explosives and thought this would be the safest place to hold it. Let's see. Residents in several neighboring towns could hear the explosion. Some thought it was an earthquake. Many called 911. Others said the explosion was so strong it rocked their homes. What kind of a gender reveal party was this? We heard this god-awful blast, said one resident. Knocked pictures off our wall. I'm all up for silliness and whatnot, but, this was extreme. All right, the source of the blast was 80 pounds of tannerite. 80 pounds. That's the over-the-counter explosive target used for firearms practice that they sell in kits, according to police. The person who purchased and detonated the explosives has turned himself into police. He was not identified. Police say an investigation is ongoing. They will make a determination of what kind of charges will be forthcoming. But all right, somebody in the know that plays with that stuff. I've spoke to some of our listeners that do buy that and shoot it with their AR from a distance to blow it up. What kind of a boom are you going to get out of 80 pounds of tannerite? I'm thinking that's probably a pretty damn big boom. Let's see. Who's next up here? Chris, good morning.
Morning, Steve. I watched some YouTube videos of that stuff, and some guy blew up a riding lawnmower and I think cut his leg off with it. It's brutal stuff. Knocked down trees and everything.
Yep.
But, the other night I got caught up in that vaccine thing. I was going to say something about this Dante Wright. And actually, I just figured something out listening to your show. I think that woman was the only one that knew what Warren's that kid had on him, because she had her gun out when she walked up. Cop's trying to cuff him, and he's tensing up. I've seen that 1,000 times on cops, and for whatever reason, they kind of release. And she reached in between his hands to check for a gun. That's why she had her gun out.
Mm-hmm.
And then she slapped his hands away, and he was looking at her, the cop that was trying to cuff the kid. He was looking at her like, what's going on here? And she slapped his hand away. And I couldn't figure out, why did she slap his hand away? That kind of allowed him to release. Well, I'm thinking that's when she decided to use a taser instead of a gun, and she forgot she had her gun in her hand. She was thinking she changed her mind about, didn't need the gun, was going to get out the taser, and didn't get to that point. I guess probably got distracted. That's when he sprung away. She's worried he had a gun or something. I think she was the only one that she ran his license or something and knew that he had a gun. That's my theory anyway. But, the space station, you were talking about the Russian space station. They really have to abandon that thing. They've just found out they had some stress cracks at the dock, and it kept getting worse and worse, and they were getting air leaks, and they didn't know where they were. And this thing is basically the docking plate is just shattering, and they're going to have to abandon their module pretty soon, and they don't want to bring up another one. That's why they're talking about building their own station, I think. But that bad red tide, I always come up with all these when listening to the show on hold, but that bad red tide a few years ago was somebody released something from Okeechobee, I think. Like you say, a lot of nitrogen in the water, and I think it was a lot of farm fertilizer building up in there. But that was the one that just got completely out of control. I think that was on the East Coast. That all came out of Okeechobee. Somebody opened something up that wasn't supposed to.
Okay.
Open the dam open.
Well, I know, and oftentimes they talk about flooding and whatnot. You get flooding in farmlands and whatever with the fertilizer. It all goes down into the river, then it dumps into the Gulf or whatever, and that's supposedly a culprit.
Yeah, that fertilizer is a big problem. They say that's what's destroying all the coral reefs. That all that nitrogen in there, in the water from the runoff. But I think the post office thing you're talking about, that I think that probably got expanded pretty much during 9/11. When the people were mailing bombs and everything. They had a real problem there for a while.
Yeah, and there was people trying to mailing rice in and things of that nature. And that's why I guess to this day any mail that goes into the Capitol or whatever gets irradiated. They radiate it to kill anything.
Anthrax.
Yep.
Yeah, a bunch of. Yeah, I think they were trying to put that for a while. They wanted to put that everywhere. Every post office, every sorting center. They had that stuff going through conveyors, or they were planning to. Then I think that kind of blew over, hopefully. But that might be why. But they've always done that. It's like a last resort to turn something into a federal crime is, mail fraud. It seems like it's like the alternative to the FBI, because there's too much red tape going through the FBI. But if they want to make something federal, they try to find an excuse to use, mail fraud. I've seen that in a lot of crime shows and stuff. But, well, tell Pappy congratulations on his retirement there.
Very good. Well, thank you so much, Chris. All right. Well, have a great morning. Have a good weekend. And thank you for checking in here. All right, top of the hour, so we'll get the very latest. And I'm looking here, Russia could quit the International Space Station to focus on their own ambition to launch a space station of their own by 2030. The Deputy Prime Minister raised the prospect of Russia leaving in an interview this past weekend. He did not commit to leaving, but noted Russia's existing commitment only goes to the end of 2024. And Russia's not happy with the current condition of the International Space Station. They've been contributing equipment, astronauts, since it was launched in 1998. Yes, the ISS is the only space station that actually has people on board. So we get more as we head into our final hour at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Senate has passed a measure to combat the rise in anti-Asian hate crimes. Both parties came together to pass legislation sponsored by Hawaii Democrat Mazie Hirono. It's designed to address a recent surge in Asian American violence that was spurred on by the COVID-19 pandemic.
The important thing for our AAPI community is that we stand with you, and we will continue to stand with you to prevent these kinds of crimes from happening in our country.
The new legislation creates a new position at the Justice Department that focuses on reporting of anti-Asian motivated crimes. The final agreement includes compromised language from Republicans. The Biden administration has announced progress on its goals to deploy electric vehicle charging stations. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg made the announcement in observance of Earth Day. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
A Pentagon panel is recommending that decisions to prosecute service members who were accused of sexual harassment or sexual assault may be made by independent authorities and not their commanders. The development comes a year after the disappearance and murder of Fort Hood soldier Vanessa Guillen. The Dallas County Commissioner spoke during a vigil for the murdered woman.
We remember Vanessa Guillen after a year of her disappearance. We join efforts to ensure that no more victims perish in silence or fear.
There was a funeral in Minneapolis for Dante Wright, the young black man who was shot and killed during a traffic stop near Brooklyn Center earlier this month. His father, Aubrey Wright.
Words can't even explain how I feel right now. You know, that was my son.
The police in Brooklyn Center claim that the now former officer, Kim Potter, mistakenly drew her weapon instead of her taser. She's been charged with second-degree manslaughter. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The Department of Justice is starting another investigation on the police department in Minneapolis. USA Radio's Lance Pry has the story.
The Justice Department has launched a federal civil probe into policing practices in Minneapolis following the ex-cop Derek Chauvin's murder convictions. Wednesday, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Yesterday's verdict in the state criminal trial does not address potentially systemic policing issues in Minneapolis. The Justice Department has opened a civil investigation to determine whether the Minneapolis Police Department engages in a pattern or practice of unconstitutional or unlawful policing.
Former Acting Assistant Attorney General John Daukus tells Fox News this singular approach to reform has been done before.
These consent decrees and pattern and practice investigations need to be used very judiciously and carefully. In the Obama era, DOJ issued 24 consent decrees, entered into 24 consent decrees. A way to look at this is, how did that work out? Seems to me to be doubling down on failure and not moving forward with a different approach that could provide better results.
The new civil investigation is separate from the May 2020 investigation under the Trump administration.
The governor of Kansas, Laura Kelly, vetoed a bill that would have banned transgender athletes from girls' and women's school sports. A similar bill that was vetoed by North Dakota's governor was overridden by lawmakers. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, get that final hour underway here on a Friday morning. Good to have you with us. You're talking about the International Space Station, which is going to launch less than 2 hours away. 4 astronauts headed that direction aboard the SpaceX Dragon capsule. What about Russia? All right, Russia's planning to build their own space station. The first module will be ready, they say, by 2025. They're waiting final approval from President Putin to proceed. Now, reports from Russia media kind of differ. How likely is this to come? 2020 was the year. Last year, the space station celebrated 20 years of continuous human occupation, even though engineers gave it a 15-year life expectancy. It is starting to show some signs of aging with broken toilets, air leaks. There was a Russian cosmonaut that returned to Earth from the space station here a few days ago on the 17th who said there's no reason to leave the space station. He said the station's condition is quite good. So the continuation of collaboration after 2024 will hinge on a technical inspection, according to the Russian engineer. Pushing back on the suggestion that they will depart and that their departure would be abrupt. Now, we're talking about our gradual exit from this project. So there you go. If it happens, a Russian departure would be a blow to decades of U.S.-Russian collaboration in space. The two of us, along with other partners, have all been working to keep the space station operational since its inception in 1998. But it's been a bastion of international cooperation all the way back since their collaboration on the Apollo-Soyuz test project back in the 1970s. But separation between the two space programs has been increasing over the past couple of years. Earlier this year, Russia signed a deal with China to build a space station on the moon after saying no to NASA's plan to return to the moon. It's kind of like we've got our own brand new space race going on internationally. Who's going to be the first back on the moon? The U.S., China, Russia. Who's it going to be? And I'm going to lay this one on you. And we'll get Knucklebuster's response to this one. I think I know what he's going to say. Amazon is rolling out their pay by palm technology at some Whole Foods grocery stores at near their headquarters to make paying quicker and more convenient. It's called Amazon One. It lets you scan the palm of your hand and connect it to a credit card or an Amazon account. After the initial setup, which Amazon said takes less than 1 minute, you can scan your hand at the register to pay for your groceries without ever having to open your wallet. Now, they first launched the technology late last year, and at the same time, they said this technology could be used at stadiums, office buildings, other retailers. So far, no one's taken them up on that. It has been put to use in several of their cashierless stores, and Amazon said they've signed up thousands of users. They didn't give a specific number at their cashierless stores. Privacy experts warn against the use by companies of biometric data, face or palm scans, due to the risk of being hacked and stolen. Amazon said they're going to keep the palm images in a secure part of the cloud, and they do not store the information on the Amazon One device. Shoppers can ask for their information to be deleted at any time. Okay, scan your palm and off you go. What do you think, Knucklebuster? Are you ready? You're going to be first in line, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely not. I'm not going to give them a picture of my first girlfriend there. Hello, darling. I ain't getting in for that mess. They can keep all that stuff all they want to. I don't have any of that other crazy garbage on my phone either. So, you know, the United States Marine Corps was officially started back in 1775, too, and it's still very active today there. And, Steve, I used to support the police all the time. I probably haven't supported them in about 25 years because I ain't had no blue lights on my butt either. So I ain't been giving them none of my money, right?
Right.
But I still support them. I still support them the other way there. When you started talking about Tampa Bay, I thought you was going to say TB12 number 8. Yeah. Oh, well, hell, I better be quiet that for a little while. That 80s weather, I love it. Bring it on, brother. Them senoritas will be riding around scantily clad. The only thing is, I don't like them tornadoes. I don't think anybody does either.
Right.
But them ugly women, hey, I'm just 2 baggers there in case hers falls off, right?
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you about a good-looking baby doll, see, Ronda Rousey. She been doing the wild things, see. She done went and got herself pregnant. Her husband is one lucky dude, you know. I'm all for gun control. Hit what the hell you're aiming at. Don't hit nothing else there. That stupid woman on CBS, Joy Bear, she said, well, the cop in Columbus up there, he could have just de-escalated the situation by shooting a round up in the air. Hey, dumbass, what goes up must come down.
Exactly.
And he could have accidentally come back and hit the cop again there. They fired one of them Syrian, over in Syria, they fired a Russian-made surface-to-air missile trying to hit Israel. Guess what? It didn't hit nothing but wound up exploding in the air, Steve. And then a lot of people could have got hurt if they wasn't real careful there.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Luther King Jr.'s niece, she chimed in on that voter ID down there in Georgia. Said if you don't prove who you are, then you're a nobody. You're just giving away your identity there. And since we are a trucking show, Old Dominion, they had a good first quarter. YRC, they pumped out $2.5 million for overcharging the government. That's what they settled in, will you?
And the autonomous truck project has been sent to the Office of Management and Budget to get certified and all that good stuff there, Steve. And I'm going to kick my autonomous truck in gear called cruise control and let it do its thing. And then I'm just going to sit back and throw both hands up in the air and say, look, Mom, no hands. Oh, wait a minute, that wouldn't be cool, would it? So, all right. Well, anyway, that's all my baloney for today. I get out of Texas today. I'm going to be down in Mississippi and up to no good there. Have yourself a great weekend, Steve.
Thank you, old Knuckle Buster. Be safe out there. Thank you for checking in there. Let's see. Norm was checking in early. Sent me an email. Off duty till Sunday night. Just laying around the house. I got to mow tomorrow, but have a good weekend. All right, you do the same, Norman. Thanks for checking in there. And, all right, will refusing the vaccine maybe actually cost you more later? That's the question. Vaccine refusal will come at a cost for all of us, according to Edward Isaac Dover, a staff writer for The Atlantic. Under his political commentary, he says, unvaccinated individuals will have higher health care costs, and the vaccinated will have to foot the bill, either through taxes or insurance premiums. Now, this argument could have been made for decades and can still be made today for any number of groups. Obese individuals, have far higher health care costs than those of normal weight. Insulin-resistant people, those with type 2 diabetes, end up costing the healthcare system enormous sums. Well, who pays for them? Overall, healthy individuals, people who generally do what they can to take good care of themselves, have always paid for those who are less particular about their diet or their lifestyle. Dover predicts the economic cost of vaccine refusal will begin to feature heavily as we move forward. He quotes Governor Jay Inslee of Washington, who says, you have a liberty, right? And that unfortunately is imposing on everyone else and their liberty right, not to have to pay for your stubbornness. Not surprisingly, Dover and Inslee both focus on just one side of what needs to be a two-sided, if not four-sided equation. When you make public health policy, you have an obligation to analyze both the benefit and the cost of a given policy. In this case, what might be the cost of vaccine side effects, both in terms of health care cost and lives lost. They share the number of adverse events following vaccination. What might be the cost if the vaccines don't work and you get sick anyway? There are thousands who have been fully vaccinated, 5,800 to be exact, vaccinated, diagnosed with COVID post-vaccination. And those sort of scenarios are popping up. Now, there is no vaccine that is foolproof. Those what they call breakthrough cases, meaning you've been vaccinated, but you still get sick. Not sure why anyone's surprised. They're not, these vaccines are not designed to actually make you, quote, immune to the COVID. You can still contact it. You can still spread it to others. The shots, what they do is lessen your symptoms if and when you do get infected. So, of course, people can still get sick as they did before. Some will require hospitalization. Some will die just like they did previously. And then there's the question of, will vaccinated individuals end up being more susceptible to variants of the virus than unvaccinated individuals? Some of the preliminary research that just came out, I saw this the other day, preliminary research found people who have received both doses of the Pfizer vaccine were 8 times more susceptible to contracting the South African variant versus people that were not vaccinated. It's 5.4% if you've been vaccinated, 0.7% if not. Unfortunately, the study was too small to glean any information about outcomes. We don't know whether they developed mild or more serious illness than unvaccinated people that were sickened by the same variant. Okay, so either way, if vaccinated people are more susceptible to more dangerous variants, which they claim the B1351 is, why assume that unvaccinated people would incur higher health care costs? Because these variants are now popping up all over the place. All right. That's just points to ponder. And yeah, there might be economic benefits. With that, let's get back to the calls here. 21 past the hour, I believe. Would that be, it says Don. Would that be Don? Good morning.
No, it's Big Sexy.
All righty. You never know what's going to show up when you're calling there, Big Sexy.
Well, it's been doing good here lately. The last 4 or 5 times, it's got me right. But I don't know, tonight something didn't happen right, Your Honor.
So what's going on?
I wanted to say I appreciate their service. All law enforcement, what they do for us. I appreciate their service. Big move. That's not all states that got vetoed in. That the governor signed that Arkansas, so that's not all states where that can happen. But I forgot what state it was. I heard that story too, where it was vetoed. And I heard something earlier on this statehood for D.C. Wouldn't that require an amendment to the Constitution to do that?
That's what some are saying, yes.
I believe it would. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it would. I believe that would require an amendment to the Constitution. And I hope you and the AccuWeather guys are wrong on that next week. I hope there's not the major outbreak that they're thinking may happen.
I'm looking here, and it says every Justice Department from President Kennedy to President Obama has been consistent that a constitutional amendment is needed to grant D.C. statehood. Every Justice Department. Yep. So
that means they can vote on it all they want to. Every state will have a say in it. So not going to happen just because they want it. Well, I guess that's all I've got for tonight. Got tonight and Sunday night a home delivery, and then start the new mail run next week. So I'm just gonna back out of here. That's all my baloney for tonight. Keep it between the spotted and the solid, and I'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
Hey, somebody started something here, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, all righty. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend there, Big Sexy. All right. It says, hi, Don, Rick said. I should have been able to figure that out, right? All right. Back to the D.C. vote, which we've been hearing that in our news updates. The House voting to make D.C. the 51st state. One study by the Department of Justice during that time period between Kennedy and Obama found that, quote, an amendment to the Constitution would be required before the District of Columbia may be admitted into the Union as a state. Representative James Comer of Kentucky on the House floor noted the 23rd Amendment grants Washington electors as if it were a state. Additionally, Congress in 1970 authorized residents of Washington to elect a non-voting delegate in the House. Democrats want to rewrite the Constitution without going through the proper process of doing so. So he proposed a change to the bill that would first repeal the 23rd Amendment. That was rejected. Of course, right now, the upper chamber, the Senate, is divided evenly, 50-50, including 2 nominal independents who virtually always vote with the Democrats. It's widely considered unlikely that the Senate will pass this. It's going to need at least 60 votes to advance, they tell us. But in the vote this past day, not surprisingly, all Democrats backed the bill, all Republicans voted against it. Nancy Pelosi said on the House floor before the vote, the chamber was poised to right the historic injustice by passing legislation to finally grant Washington, D.C. statehood. D.C. residents have been fighting for voting rights and autonomy for 220 years, with a full 86% recently voting for statehood. It's well past time to grant them the rights that they've been fighting for and they deserve. Okay. Thanks, Nancy. You got to do a constitutional amendment, Nancy. Sorry about that. You know what's funny? That's every Justice Department stretching back to John Kennedy. You've got all the presidents we've gone through. Every single Justice Department has said the same thing. It would entail a constitutional amendment. But hey, Joe Biden's president now. Well, we don't need no stinking constitution. We just do whatever we want. Hey, let's check back in with Eagle. Yes, sir. You hanging with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to say something else about the Chicago deal, Steve. You know, hopefully Lori Lightfoot is not listening in tonight because she's so stupid. She probably would do this if she heard me say it. You know, you said earlier that you said that she says she don't want her officers getting involved in a foot chase with a suspect unless they check in with the dispatch before they engage in a foot chase. You know something? It wouldn't surprise me the next thing she decides, Steve, you know, she say that she don't want the police shooting nobody in Chicago. It wouldn't surprise me if she took the guns away from the police officers. If she had the police running the streets of Chicago without guns. That's how stupid this woman is. I don't put nothing past her. Because see, you know how it goes, Steve. The way these people think, the criminals need to have a gun, but the police don't. Mm-hmm. It almost seems like that's the way these people think. But you know, it's a sad situation. But we're headed to that point right now, Steve. They're already talking about defunding the police. The next step, you know, with AOCs and the Maxine Waters and the Sharp, that's their next step. It wouldn't shock me, you know, police officers listen to your show tonight. It wouldn't shock me if they decided to disarm the police. That's how stupid these people are at this point. You know, but like I said, you know, in the United States, Steve, we live in the best country in the world. Even though all these bad things are happening right now, the U.S. is still the best thing going. It may not be that way in the next few years after Joe Biden leaves the White House. We might have a different situation in about 3 years. It's not looking too good right now, Steve. You got Vladimir Putin issuing threats to the United States. You got the Chinese government disrespecting the U.S. and you got North Korea. All these things. Joe Biden is a complete disaster. I told you this a couple of weeks ago. I'm very scared that by the time Joe Biden leaves the White House in 4 years, that we may not have a United States of America that we call a country. It's really ridiculous what's going on right now. I'm in Arizona right now, Steve, and the governor of Arizona has declared a state of emergency in Arizona due to all these illegals coming into the state of Arizona. He's trying to get the National Guard. But, you know, I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve,
still, and we're going to have a count. Let's keep a countdown of this right quick, Steve. I'm going to keep a countdown of this. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden going to the Texas border in Texas, where I live at. We're going to keep on counting and see how long it actually takes Kamala Joe Biden to go down to the Texas border. And since they say we ain't got no crisis, that's what his press secretary said, even though we got 20,000 kids in custody right now in the United States, the Biden administration say we ain't got no emergency. So let's keep a count on how long it takes Kamala or Joe Biden to go down to the border and find out if we really do have an emergency in the United States. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. They have not yet been down there, have they? Yeah, who's in charge of getting things resolved there on the border? Who's in charge? That's none other than Kamala Harris. That is correct. She ain't been down there yet. Oh, but she's talking with Central America and Mexico. She had a Zoom meeting with them, trying to discuss how we can rectify things. You got it. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, how about finding a job that forgets you're on the payroll and you never have to work another day in your life? This guy almost did it. How many years was he receiving a paycheck and never going to work? Yeah, but, well, the gig's up. And they got him now. But we'll share the rest of the story. Maybe he should get a Dumbass of the Week nominee. What do you think? Again, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Biden administration says the president is open to negotiating with Republicans about their slimmed-down infrastructure package. Senate Republicans say they want to spend about $500 billion in upgrading the nation's roads, bridges, and railways. They say President Biden's $2.2 trillion infrastructure plan is too much. He said the GOP proposal was a good faith effort. Press Secretary Jen Psaki said the president is open to discussing the details.
You should all expect the president to invite members to the White House soon after the joint session address.
Infrastructure is likely to be one of the main topics during President Biden's address to Congress next week. On Wall Street, the Dow Jones fell 321 points as markets reversed early gains following reports that President Biden is set to introduce a capital gains tax hike for wealthy Americans. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, in this case, looks like Oklahoma following right lockstep with Governor DeSantis in Florida. Because on Wednesday, Oklahoma's governor signed a bill into law that will provide more protection for drivers who unintentionally injure or kill protesters trying to get out of a riot. Now, we had how many drivers found themselves in that scenario in the summer of 2020? All right, House Bill 1674. The law becomes effective November 1st of this year. The new law states the following. A motor vehicle operator who unintentionally causes injury or death to an individual shall not be criminally or civilly liable for the injury or death if the injury or death of the individual occurred while the motor vehicle operator was fleeing from a riot, as defined in Section 1311 of Title 21 of the Oklahoma statutes, under a reasonable belief that fleeing was necessary to protect the motor vehicle operator from serious injury or death. And number two, the motor vehicle operator exercised due care at the time of death or injury. That, to me, is a tad bit confusing. What exactly is operating due care when you run over some dumbass trying to block you? With due care. Hey, House Bill 1674 also makes unlawfully obstructing a roadway a misdemeanor punishable up to a year in jail, fine of up to $5,000. Representative West, who authored the bill, explained why he created the legislation, which I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Last summer, during the height of violent riots sweeping the nation, resulting in loss of life and millions of dollars in property damage, a motorist in Oklahoma traveling with his wife and two school-aged children was surrounded by aggressive protesters in the roadway. Protesters beat at his truck and threw things at it, scaring both him and his family. The driver was severely chastised for trying to hurt the protesters and even faced the possibility of criminal charges for his actions in attempting to evade the protesters. This will clarify a motorist's rights in a similar situation going forward. It also clarifies the punishment for rioters acting illegally to impede traffic or seeking harm of another individual during the course of riot. You're trying to stop free speech. Yeah, that's what the likes of the activists are saying. You're tramping on free speech and the right to assemble. All right, get a job. It was back on Monday when Florida's Governor DeSantis signed a very similar bill into law. Civil protections for drivers who strike and or injure or kill highway protesters in self-defense. In Florida, the former misdemeanor crime of blocking the highway is now a felony in that state. We're talking penalties not 1 year, but 15 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Now, earlier this week, as you recall, I shared this when the truck driver was caught up in the crowd of people celebrating the verdict of Derek Chauvin. It was supposed to be the celebration, but they're blocking the road. That was the latest string of clashes between highway demonstrators and truck drivers that has left many members of the trucking community, many truckers are on edge out there. This truck driver was trying to move forward. He had individuals on both sides of the truck. There's actually some of them jumping on the damn hood. They're beating on the window, passenger side, driver's side. He's trying to back up. He's trying to move forward, back and forth, trying to get out of this mess. And I guess if he were in Oklahoma, he could have put it in creeper gear and started rolling forward. If your ass got run over, sorry about your luck. Stop playing in the street. Maybe more states will follow. I'd venture a wager that there won't be any blue states, any Democrat governors following suit, just Republican states. What do you think? Yes, Horse Feathers, you're trying another test here,
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, we're attempting to make sure this is still working here tonight. So we'll see how we do here. So do you think Derek Chauvin there, he's going to get to go to the Waldorf Astoria prison for the white supremacist cops and live there high on the hog and get the cable TV and the spa and all that stuff? You think he's going to get to like the politicians go to?
I'm not sure where he's going to be sent. But could you imagine whatever his sentence is essentially, he's going to have to pretty much be in solitary confinement. There's no way to put him in the general population.
No, whatsoever. And you were talking there the other night there that is probably going to get appealed all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yep.
What do you think the possibilities are? They're going to have the court packed before he gets there.
I think they'd like to. I think they'd like to try it, but there's another one where I don't see that they're going to be able to do it. They're not going to be able to successfully get that through the Senate.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope not. So hey, one other thing there I saw, they were showing that over in Syria there, since President Trump pretty much destroyed ISIS and they aren't over there, using the oil to fund their militia and everything that they were doing and all their terroristic acts, that the oil is pretty much running free out of the ground, and it's just all over the place. And kids are like playing in pools of oil, and they're talking about the humanitarian problems there are over there now. Then I guess Syria wants somebody to come over and help them out, help clean up their mess that they have over there.
Mm-hmm.
But they were saying that President Trump, once that he got ISIS out, that we were going to get the oil. So whatever happened to that? If all that oil is just spewing out of the ground and just laying on the ground, if we were going to get it, wouldn't we be over there, putting it in barrels or ships or something and sending it over here or sending it somewhere to make a profit on it? But I don't know. Don't know a whole lot about it. And I just kind of caught a little bit that they were showing on the news the other night. But anyways, hey, thanks to Pappy there. I mean, I appreciate what he was saying, kind of backing up what I said and all his years of service. And I know where he's coming from, because when I was in high school there, my last 2 years of high school, I was with the volunteer fire department there. And I did that for about 10, 12 years total. But I also worked with our advanced life support ambulance. And when I turned 18 and had my license, I was qualified to drive. I got put on the insurance and was qualified to drive the ambulance, which in our little town was a good thing, because at 9, 10, 11 o'clock in the morning or 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when most everybody else was working, there wasn't a lot of people to help with the ambulance. So if somebody needed an ambulance call, but anyways, I went through, I was an EMT and everything, and we got a call about 2 o'clock one morning, and I knew right where it was. It was somebody that I knew from school. I think they were either a grade below me or someone in that area. And their father was having a heart attack, and never made it out of the house from having a heart attack. And you talk about situations to go into. Be at somebody's house, whose father's in the process and did end up passing away from a heart attack, and you're right there, and they're looking at you like, why can't you do something?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a really situation. And I've been on a lot of different car accidents and some fatal car accidents, and I used to as well as the ambulance, we had a big rescue with Jaws of Life and everything we used, and I worked with that. And as I say, there's a lot of things you see, and you have to say when you go home, and here I was 18, and at that point, and anywhere up through the next 10 years, and I was it's one of those things, I don't know, we talk about it amongst ourselves at the firehouse and with the other ambulance people and that, but really I never really talked to anybody else about it other than that. But it works on you, it draws on you. You can only, there is the PTSD out of it. And I don't know. Sometimes you're stronger for it, and sometimes I don't know if it's good that the way people handle it. But whatever. But anyways, just thinking about that. But kind of one other thing, like Cubo was talking about, there was, at one point there, it was about the same era there that I was in school, and we used to see the police you kind of felt they were a little bit more elite than the rest of the population, because you'd see them, and I knew people that were officers, and they drive with their wallet open on the dashboard, in their personal vehicles. So if they got stopped, when the officer came up, because when we lived in New York there, the state of New York carries the inspection and registration stickers on the windshield right in front of the steering wheel, right on the dashboard, on the windshield. So when the officer came up to look at the inspection and registration, well, the officer's wallet's sitting right there open on the dashboard. So when you look in, the first thing you see is the officer's badge, which, it identifies who he is and everything. But it also kind of gives them a little bit of a free pass. And I know of a lot of officers, especially down here in Maryland, when their kids start driving, they have police tags. They have FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police, and they have tags with that marked on them. And the officers get those tags and put on their kids' cars. So you got a tag going down the road. It's got a great big blue star on it, for the Fraternal Order of Police. And they're hoping that, if their kids are doing something wrong, that, an officer realizes that, hey, that's a child of a police officer. So maybe they will look a little different on them. And that's kind of where cue ball was at, is that there was kind of like two different classes, where I wasn't looked at the same way as, a friend of mine that, was the son of a police officer. We'd be treated two different ways for doing the same thing on the highway. And so anyways, that's kind of all I got going here. And for anybody going through a tunnel, the light at the other end, we'll leave the light on for you, but I can't guarantee it's not a train coming the other way. So,
all right,
very good.
Thank you, Tom Bodette. We'll leave the light on for you. Have a good weekend. That's good. All right. Find a job that'll forget you're on the payroll. You'll never work a day in your life. Italian prosecutors say they've busted a man who raked in roughly $647,000, that would have been U.S. dollars, over 15 years without ever showing up to his job. One of the most egregious cases of absentee abuse we've ever seen. 67-year-old Salvatore Sommers is the king of absentees for his allegedly rampant abuse of public sector funds. Authorities say the man used threats to ensure that he would not be docked for missing work at the local hospital, and that he later fell off the employer's radar altogether while still collecting paychecks. His job, at least on paper, was as the safety officer at this hospital. Okay, authorities say the suspect's absentee abuse started in 2005 when a so-called distinguished person allegedly threatened the hospital director and warned her not to file a disciplinary report against Sommers. Police say the director complied, turned a blind eye to his absences, and the suspect simply never showed up for work again. But he was still getting paid. That director eventually retired, and her successor took over with no knowledge that there was a ghost on the payroll. Human Resources also did not notice. Not clear when the scheme came to light, but the hospital launched disciplinary action against the man last year, then alerted authorities. He was fired in October and then later arrested. An investigation that they called the investigation Operation Part-Time. That's pretty wild. 15 years. Just waiting for payday. I guess he's getting his direct deposit or check in the mail, right? Gotta love it. Quickly, Double R, were your ears burning? I was wondering about where you been. I asked the princess last night, you talked to Double R? I said, I haven't heard from him in weeks.
Well, I apologize, Steve. First of all, how you doing? I've been out here on my own. Nita's at home trying to get her mother situated, and I've been out here probably the last 3 weeks. And then I spent, it's been a month. And I spent 3 weeks in Arizona and Phoenix because my ECM went out on my truck. And that was a joke. $12,000 later. But that's about it. And I listen to the podcast every day, so I'm not missing what you're saying. I'm still out here, but
Gotcha. But you're not running all night.
I apologize for not calling in.
Well, if you're not driving nights, I can understand.
Well, I'm still listening to you, buddy. I'll always listen to you.
Okay.
Your family, so. But how you been doing? Everything going all right?
Yeah, doing just fine. Thank you, sir. Yep.
That's good. That's a good deal. But I got a letter from Marcia Blackburn, Senator for state of Tennessee, and it just briefly said, "Do not vote for Washington, D.C." So I guess that's really getting to be a crazy scenario. But hey, what's the deal with this Maxine Walters? I mean, she's getting by with more crap. The bottom line is, I know it's an old story, old news, but ever since she's opened her mouth and told them people to keep rioting over this, acquitted, it's crazy. If President Trump was to say something like that, you bet your ass they'd have him down there ready to impeach him.
Well,
what is the difference?
President Trump said something that was a lot less directive. He didn't say, let's be more confrontational. He said, let's march peacefully down to the Capitol and peacefully protest.
Absolutely.
He didn't tell them to storm the Capitol.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Right. So I'm not understanding this. Is this all a Democratic thing or what? It's crazy. And what Eagle said a little bit ago, he's absolutely right. Because like I said, I spent 3 weeks down in Arizona. I just left yesterday. And he's absolutely right. It's crazy over there right now, Steve. But anyhow, I see the clock is getting about 2 minutes before the hour. I'll be up tonight for sure. So I will call in a little bit earlier and talk with you.
Well, I don't know who
you go ahead and go and
I don't know who you're going to talk to tonight, Double R. It's Friday morning, dummy.
That's right. What the hell? I'll be all right, Steve.
Well, maybe Monday morning. Yep. All right, have a good week. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much. Yeah, and that does wrap it up for us here. Yeah, Friday morning. So yeah, we close out another week. And have yourself a great day. Have a great weekend. Again, be aware, could see some storms down in parts of Texas today. But when we come back Sunday night, Monday morning, I'm sure by that point forecasters will have a much better handle on what potentially could be a nasty outbreak of severe weather, tornadoes, into Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. We'll talk to you then. Thank you so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. fate in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.